Raptors were swept by the Cavaliers last year, Eastern Conference semifinal. James, a three.
In this series, a little bit ineffective as Nance gets the big block out of bounds and a save. Calderon looks ahead. And Nance finishing. Nance! These guys feel like the next round I'm going to be in there and make the contributions I know I can.
From the postseason by the Cavaliers. The steal after the knockaway by Clarkson. Nance! Another flush. The Cavaliers complete the sweep. It's on to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Fewest points for the Raptors in these playoffs.
128 to 93 again. 10 straight wins over the Raptors.
To come out and just get dominated 2 games when you're the #1 seed, they've lost this team 10 straight times, man, in the playoffs.
Game 2, they came out and played nervous basketball. They lost that, and their backs were against the wall.
You said, this is the same old Raptors. I said, no, it's not. They're new and improved. But you know what? Hey, you got to be man enough to admit when you're wrong, and I was 100% wrong on the Raptors.
What are we going to do with Toronto? We going to break them up?
They have to sit down and make an honest, are we good enough? What we need to work? Because you look at the future. You got the Celtics, and you got the Sixers for the next 10 years.
Third year in a row that you faced them and they've knocked you out. What is it about this matchup that gives you guys so much trouble?
Hard to say one thing. Like you said, last 3 years been rough for us, competing against this team. Maybe they just got our number. Last 3 years, they have been a reason why we haven't advanced. So, whatever that is, I couldn't sit up here and tell you one specific thing.
Did you expect more of a fight, though, obviously? I mean, you guys were not anticipating losing like this.
We lost, so it's frustrating either way. I always take accountability on my end, how I play individually as a leader. For myself, couldn't find a rhythm, and, we couldn't get it clicking like we normally did during the regular season.
We had a heck of a season as far as the regular season is concerned, but there's another level we have to learn to get to and make that commitment to get to. You want to go out fighting, scratching, clawing with your best effort, with your best approach, and not give in when they throw in the haymakers. That's what's disappointing as much as anything else. We've done too many good things throughout the season to let go of the rope.
We are absolutely disappointed with the ending. Going from last year to this year, I think we're happy with the jump we made with some of the things we said we wanted to do. We got stuck at a certain point, and we'll just continue to evaluate.
This is what happened to the Raptors. LeBron James happened to the Raptors.
His greatness snatched the heart out of the Toronto Raptors' chest. What happens is they shrink beneath it all. They can't take it. They all of a sudden get tight. And the things that they normally do with fluidity, suddenly they can't do it.
Jalen Rose, what is next for the Raptors? Do you think there's any chance that Dwayne Casey gets fired?
I hope not, because he did a terrific job with the team.
Thank you for coming out. I just want to use this opportunity to thank Coach Casey. Today was a really difficult day for us in our organization. A great man, great coach, and it's a difficult decision to come to, but we move on to our next phase with the Toronto Raptors.
Dwayne Casey is no longer the head coach of the Toronto Raptors after a year in which he was celebrated for changing the culture, for adjusting the style of play that they have, for building this bench rotation. #1 seed. They won more games than any other team in their entire conference. And now he's no longer the head coach of the team.
Why are the Raptors making this move?
10 straight losses to Cleveland in the playoffs, 2 straight sweeps at the hands of the Cavs. And not just that they lost to the Cavs this year, but in the manner with which they lost. Getting swept, really not showing up in that game 4. Sometimes it's roster versus the coach, and now they'll go at this largely with that same roster coming back and try it with a different coach, a different system. They're not looking to rebuild or take a step back here. They want to try to continue to compete in the East. They're not looking to rebuild. They want to make another run at it, and now they'll get out on what's a very saturated coaching market and try to find a new head coach.
It's BS. I don't think he deserved it because he lost to the best player in the world. Now, it doesn't help that he got swept. These guys, whenever they're going against LeBron and LeBron only, they fold like cheap tents. And I don't think that's on Casey.
If you're Toronto, it's difficult to attract a type A, like 5-star level free agent. That's not to say it can't be done in Toronto. It can be. And Ujiri's given it a good shot. Like, look, they're good every year. It's not the coach's fault.
Today marks a new chapter as the Raptors progress towards reaching the ultimate goal of an NBA championship. Nick Nurse has been a big part of the team's growth in recent years. You've inherited a very accomplished roster, and I guess the natural question is, what's it going to look like? What does a Nick Nurse team look like?
We've got to be innovative. We want to try some ideas and some things and try to put our guys in different positions, try some different combinations, et cetera, to prepare us for the playoffs, which is what matters.
This is some interesting news that just kind of bubbled up in the rumor mill. We've been talking about Kawhi Leonard for, it seems like, eons now about where he's going to play. Is he going to go to the Lakers? Is he going to join LeBron? Does he want to go to the Clippers? Las Vegas now has even odds of Kawhi Leonard staying with the San Antonio Spurs or joining the Toronto Raptors. I don't really see this happening. I don't know what the deal would look like. What do you think that deal would look like, and what chances do you think that it will actually happen?
If I'm Masai and the price is DeRozan and say OG Anunoby and a couple picks, I have to know Kawhi's staying, knowing he could leave next summer. Would you do it? Would you do it? Would you do it without the assurance?
Absolutely not. No chance. No chance. I think DeMar DeRozan is the most valuable piece on the Raptors roster. If they were interested in Kyle Lowry, which I cannot believe they would be, I would trade Kyle Lowry so quickly.
Ryan, should the Raptors trade for Kawhi?
They have to.
All
When
right,
you go out and fire the coach of the year in Dwayne Casey, you tell your fan base it's time for a change. LeBron James is on the West Coast now. You have to win. And if you're going to tell me you're going to come in with the same exact lineup, the same guys, and Dwayne Casey was the problem, you need a different result. If you go and get a name like Kawhi Leonard, maybe it's the right trade, maybe it's the wrong trade. I don't even care if he stays. You're going to show your fan base that you're making the correct moves. Kawhi Leonard, if you trade and you make a move for him, all that you know and all that you're showing your fan base is that you're serious about winning.
Trading for Kawhi Leonard would be utterly shooting yourself in the foot. That would be making the wrong move. First of all, it all just went the Raptors' way. The guy who's won the conference for 8 straight years, the guy who's represented the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals for 8 straight years, has been the personal boogeyman of the Toronto Raptors. The one hurdle they cannot get over, just left to go to the West. You want Toronto to trade DeMar DeRozan and, as you said loosely, some of those young guys like DeLone Wright, Pascal Siakam, a first-round pick, maybe Jakob Poeltl, a big package. You do not trade all of your future for what will certainly be just 1 year of Kawhi Leonard. He does not want to be in Toronto, so you want to trade all of that for a guy for 1 year.
The deal is final. The Spurs will send Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green to the Raptors for DeMar DeRozan, Jakob Poeltl, and a 2019 first-round pick.
Woj, that sounds like an awful lot. What might be a 1-year rental. What do you make about Masai Ujiri and what he's doing here in Toronto?
There's no question this deal comes with great risk for Toronto. In the end, they didn't think they were good enough with the team they had to beat Boston, maybe even beat Philly. They're rolling the dice on a player who is, when healthy, a top 3 or 4 player in the league. They've got a year now to try to convince him to stay in Toronto the way Oklahoma City did with Paul George. If they lose Leonard in free agency, if he goes to the Lakers as he plans to right now, then they'll very likely start their rebuild around young players like OG Anunoby and go that direction. But right now, this is a tremendous risk by Ujiri.
Paul George has somehow become the ray of hope, the light for all of you faith seekers, that you can do deals that defy all reason and logic and hope. You can convince a guy who's made it clear to the tune of $100 million he's bypassed to stay in San Antonio, made it clear, I want to be in LA. There are reports he is not happy about going to Toronto.
But when you got a guy like Kawhi Leonard in the East that can put you over the top, you got to take a chance for your fan base.
To me, you're not maximizing DeMar DeRozan's value when you trade him for a 1-year guy in Kawhi, and you're not even close to being the best team in the NBA for that 1 year.
If he does leave after this year, you're kind of tearing down a team that was #1 in the East last year, which is the opposite way you'd be going for what the Spurs were saying.
Well, if you're Toronto and you know you have this chance to at least get some Paul George type
Magic, like Oklahoma City did, take the chance, see how good you can be this year, and then if it doesn't work,
bingo,
blow it up.
Regardless of everything, if Kawhi Leonard plays and is Kawhi Leonard that we know, this roster today is markedly better than it was a month ago or whatever it was.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Toronto has a chance.
A deep veteran team that has winners on it.
This is a guy who just turned 27 3 weeks ago. He is a two-time Defensive Player of the Year,
Finals
MVP candidate,
Finals MVP.
Finals MVP. It's remarkable how good a player this is, getting traded at all.
Kawhi Leonard has been traded. As you all know, he was traded to the Raptors for DeMar DeRozan, Jakob Poeltl, and a draft pick. But there are now reports that Kawhi Leonard has absolutely no interest in playing in Toronto for the Raptors. Mike, do you think the Raptors made a mistake by giving away their best player and others for Kawhi Leonard if he has no interest in playing in Toronto?
I don't think so at all, because as much as he doesn't have any interest now, when it comes time for the season, you know what Kawhi is going to realize? I've got to go out there and still prove something. He has 82 regular season games to do that now for a team that, whether he likes it or not, is his route to the team he ultimately wants to play for in the Los Angeles Lakers.
There are also some rumors that Kawhi Leonard was considering not playing for the Raptors and sitting out the season or whatever. But basically, if he doesn't play for the Raptors, then he gives up his free agency next year. So he is going to play for the Raptors. It is going to happen.
Thank you for all coming out this morning. I want to officially welcome Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green here to Toronto, our Toronto family, Toronto City, and Canada.
What were your initial thoughts when you heard you'd been traded to Toronto?
Excited, knowing I'm coming to a great city that loves basketball, great organization, and happy that Danny was coming with me as well.
I'm excited about, playing with a lot of the young guys. For the last couple of years in San Antonio, we've had a very mature group. We're a very deep team, a lot of, threats, a lot of good pieces, and I'm excited to see, how everybody fits in and how well we can play together.
What has this organization done to try and sell you on Toronto?
He's just telling me that they want to win. That's all you want from our organization, just you guys having the same path and same mindset of, trying to get to a certain goal.
Guys, the narrative of not wanting to come to this city is gone. Believe in the city. Believe in yourselves. First of all, here in Toronto, we have to believe in ourselves, right? We should stop talking about coming to the city or wanting to come to the city. That's old talk. The summer was crazy, but you know what? Now is basketball, and we're excited.
I think there are two teams that are real threats to the Warriors. They're both in the East. And the Celtics, if they get by the Raptors in the Eastern Conference Finals, they could win the chip. But I'm not sure they do.
You could be potentially looking at a conference finals in the East between Philly and Boston.
Only if Kawhi were to get hurt. I think Toronto's good enough to knock the Celtics out.
Hello, Canada. Tangerine Raptors basketball is live and on the air.
In Minnesota, he was the focal point. Played 77 games that season, averaged better than 26 points, 12 and a half rebounds. Lowry.
Only guy, though.
Yeah, very. Down low, Leonard, Lowry, corner three, Siakam.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, no question about it. Here's OG Anunoby off in the steal to the rim with a two-handed.
James, that makes you a better player.
Kyle, the deep three, rack it up. Which in Dallas, Avery Johnson as well as with the Nets. Fred VanVleet.
Just the feel in the room as well. Veteran guys.
Ibaka with the denial. Tristan Thompson. Siakam makes his way to the table. Here's Norman. Oh, delivers a three. Foul was on Osman. Here's Leonard back in, finds Kyle. Corner three. And there's Valanciunas with a rebound. Here's Kyle. Green a three. Good.
Myself, quite easy.
In his 11th season. Oh, how about that? 4:22 left here in the first half. JV with the three. And it doesn't go. Leonard on the offensive glass. The claw. Comes a swinging extra pass in the corner. Sexton, nice recovery. Valanciunas. Oh, how sweet is that dish?
Decker on the night, 3 points.
Green a free. Good. Danny Green. And certainly as Leonard tries by our very own Leo Routens as Green knocks it down the three. Here you go! Steal! Kawhi Leonard! Match up him and Thompson. They're going to bang in there and rebound. The three! Got it! Lowry from London. Dial it up. It goes Siakam now pushing the pace. Siakam with it. Attacking. Finds Leonard. And it's good! I think a kid will look like 3 to 5 years down the line. They hit a home run with that kid. Lowry! He's headed back toward the bench. Here's Van Vliet trying to create, and he drills it. He's able to have an injury-free year because he's a special talent. A little tie-in here, Matt. It's an early season game, right? Surge, the break! Got it! Leonard in transition. Stutter step to the rim. No, Ibaka there to clean it up. That has sacrificed his game over the last few seasons for the greater good. As Lowry, Leonard with 22. Kyle attacks. Patience. Tie it all together for the greater good of the group. The foul was on Ibaka. Love made his 2 free throws, and Lowry. Fred Van Vliet, Pascal Siakam. Will be recorded as a turnover for Nick Nurse. Congratulations. In his head coaching debut.
The potential is there to be really good. I'm just looking forward to keep working each day. Obviously, we're not where we need to be, but I don't think anybody expects that right off the bat.
You guys are closer to where you need to be on offense or defense?
Game 1, bro.
In general.
It's game 1. Okay. You can answer that one yourself. It's a good team win for us.
It's only the first game. We had a lot of mistakes on the defensive end that we could correct. Our offense was also stagnant sometimes tonight.
So, Max, here's the question. You feeling better or worse about Toronto?
I'm feeling exactly the same. They're
Are you
going to
feeling
be in the
very
conference
smart?
finals. They are 50-50 against the Celtics. This is not even Kawhi Leonard yet. The problem was they didn't have a best player on the team good enough to take them to the promised land, and now they do. Presto changeo, DeMar DeRozan is now Kawhi Leonard. This Raptors team is a problem all year, and that includes for the Celtics in the conference finals. And if they get past the Celtics, they're going to be a problem for the Warriors, too.
Who were they going against?
The Cavs.
Again, who's without who?
Without
The
LeBron
defending
James.
Eastern Conference champions.
Excuse me. Can we pump the brakes? Kawhi Leonard instead of DeMar DeRozan. But we want to sit here and bloviate because he went up against Cedi Osman and Rodney Hood. Even though, listen, all I'm trying to say to y'all, can we pump the brakes?
What will it take for Toronto to prove to you that they're a real threat to Boston and the Warriors?
Kawhi Leonard has to become the second coming of LeBron, KD, Anthony Davis. That's what will convince me.
Hold on. Time out.
That's what will convince me.
The Celtics are here and ready to take on the 1 seed.
Consequently, what you have here is 2 great players playing one another, except the switches get the mismatches.
Right, so you don't necessarily have 4 turnovers for Boston and 2 early fouls for Horford.
Nice pass.
Leonard, the pocket feed, and Ibaka finishes.
I like the fact that Toronto, they didn't play their 7-footer. Oh, look at this shot.
Lowry, a bomb. Controls, Terry Rozier in for Boston, so is Morris as Siakam saw a clear lane and took advantage.
Left arm because he's got a forearm on him like he's a lineman in the NFL.
Little stiff arm. Green hits the 3.
Got to bet on that, but he just take him and shoot up over the top.
Anunoby carries the triple. Leonard.
There's your trap.
Hops into the lane and just shed Hayward for 2. Van Vliet will pull. It's hit from 3.
Now it'll be interesting to see what happens there in the regular season.
Leonard, a pull-up 3 is good. He hasn't been thrilled with how that's gone thus far in the preseason. Lowry steps back.
Game 2, but look, everything is a practice with these 2 guys. 4, hey, they both got to get to the conference.
Boston, second in the NBA in three-point shooting percentage a season ago. Ibaka connects.
Lay the glass like that. That was beautiful.
First half here. As Horford comes over the block. Van Vliet gets it off and hits the 3.
Is that Irving knows that he can take Lowry off the dribble anytime.
Leonard to the rim with the 2-hand flush.
Now, with Hayward out of the game, second chance points already. Let's see what happens here now. Did he get the double team?
He did not. He took advantage.
Come on, he's going to force Horford now, Ibaka. Come on.
Ibaka rocks the rim. With that.
No, you're absolutely right. That's a good call.
Leonard weaving through traffic.
How about that?
Tatum goes baseline to rock the rim with two hands.
Ibaka, what are you stopping me? It was like a statue. He never even moved his feet.
Green. Raptors have led only by 3. Lowry finds Leonard.
Run at him and run at his number.
Ibaka down the center of the lane, nearly threw it away. Green puts it in on a 3.
Shamar, tell you about Smart. That was a great play. He knew he couldn't get a shot.
Van Vliet got hacked. Put it in, and the foul.
Come on. Here, look, the two little guys are in this still game. You got to go strong here.
And Anunoby got the step.
The hole.
Van Vliet finds Leonard wide open. A 3. You bet. Conference heavyweights going at it for the first time this year. Leonard can't rim it in. Ibaka got it. And the foul.
He's reading. See, he's reading. Where's the double team?
Leonard elevates and hits. Green sets the feet and answers with a 3.
Yeah, Hayward played him tough. Definitely intimidated the shot.
Tatum got denied. They want the exclamation point. Lowry trying to give it to him. He does. Lowry gets to it. Puts it ahead.
3-on-1.
Leonard to the rim. No. Yes. Can't hit it. Lowry the rebound, and that will do it.
Tonight we got some, Serge got it going, and Danny made some shots, and Kawhi made shots. Point guards, myself, Freddie, Delon, we do, and Lorenzo, we go out there and we make sure our teammates get theirs first, and then we can get ours. Opens it up for us later.
This is game 2, but I appreciate the support, and I know they're excited about us winning the game tonight, and I appreciate it.
It is Tangerine Raptors basketball on TSN the night before Halloween. Guy that's very active defensively, outstanding two-way guy.
Serge Ibaka on the inside. Second season out of Washington, first pick in 2017 by Philadelphia. Man, what a strong move. You turn it over at the other end. And Leonard settles it all down with a 3-pointer. Here's Lowry, transition, short corner Jay for Serge Ibaka.
In the paint.
Danny Green with a steal. Numbers, 2-on-1, Siakam with the finish.
Quickly, the ball cannot stick against this team.
Lowry, 3-pointer, and it's good. 7 points here in this opening quarter off of the bench. Here's CJ, the 3, and it's good.
Issue for them the last few years. They're doing a better job this year with that. Tonight, sloppy.
Nice up and under move. Raptors up by 5. Here's Kawhi, finds JV, the corner 3, and it goes.
Last act, good man.
Kawhi Leonard leaving the floor, headed back as Delon Wright drills the 3.
Lowry being the glue that keeps it all together.
And no doubt about it, Kayla. Thank you very much. 77 assists already.
It opens the whole quarter.
It's why when Chris Bosh and Delon Wright with a slam dunk. Coming in tonight, they had won 2 in a row. They're 4-0 at home, but 0-3 on the road. And Leonard. Simmons with that bucket. Here's JV off of the bench. He's got 15. Lowry finds JV, up fake. Now great read by Valanciunas. Mixing things up a little bit here. And Leonard. When you think about the talent that Philadelphia has, and then you go back to last.
Taking 25 threes tonight. Raptors only 16.
Well, they've been able to do this. Get in the paint. Doesn't fall for Covington. Here's Siakam running the floor. Kawhi and the foul. He has Embiid on him with the clock down in the deep 3. Pascal. 7-0 run, the response. And Kawhi Leonard. CJ, here's Norm. Corner 3 for Toronto.
Brett Brown going with his starting unit here right now.
And a great job by Valanciunas. Fourth quarter, and it's now a 12-point game. See how the Raptors respond. And Kawhi and 1. 5 of the shot clock and a turnover. 22 of them tonight. Lowry, Danny Green for Michael. Simmons behind the back. Loses it. Kawhi Leonard with the poke. Leonard right there. Here's Pascal. Now down to 4 on the shot clock. Kawhi, nice sidestep 3. Rack it up. Shot doesn't go. Ibaka saves it. Green. Here's Kyle, the deep 3. It's over. Kawhi. He's got 31. Dribble it out. And that's going to do it here. Raptors take it 129 to 112.
Take a look at the lineups. First of all, for the Lakers, who are 4-5 and coming off of that win last night. No Kawhi Leonard, so a bit of a change. 3s plus with 9 to shoot on the defensive end. Here's a kick to Green, who's shooting the 3-ball well again. When the Lakers were really running and gunning last night. Here's Serge. He can hit it inside, outside. 2% as opposed to a much better or worse field goal percentage on the road. Green's got it again. Lowry.
Danny Green came off the screen and really had an opportunity to shoot that ball.
Transition basket for the Lakers, and they find themselves down by 4 in the early going. Open again, Ibaka not shy from out there. It does their Draymond Green type work is what they tell us. He spins, he shoots. That's a beautiful move. Lakers are down 17-8. 3-on-2 again. Corner. Anunoby, and oh, gee, nothing but net. Last night it was 22-12 before the Lakers bench came in and turned it around. And Ibaka has 11, just like Rondo did yesterday. He fueled the first quarter comeback. Lowry looking for his first points. And Toronto has the ball. Anunoby's going to try to make it 23. Ibaka goes up and over and scores briefly.
But 2-0.
Yeah, 3 lead changes early, and that was it. Now the route is on early, and Ibaka! They are 4 for 16. It's a 20-2 run. 4 now. Lowry. Ames with the nagging abductor strain, and he's back, and now they steal it. Lakers with a gimme at the other end. They've scored every time off a Laker turnover, and they do it again. When they went to the Pine, Lowry bounce, Valanciunas lost the ball. That's Delon Wright cleaning up with the dunk. Speaking of Brandon, he shot it. Ooh, is that a charge? Apparently not. Conversation about the early best defensive player. Not in the conversation, is it? Oh, Lowry. And I know that pleases you when you see a big guy do something nice.
Another turnover for the Lakers. That puts the Raptors in transition.
Nice turnover and a throwdown. About a top 6 player or so. Again! Siakam!
Lakers just defensively are just not on the same page.
High is 31, and he has 26 at the half. Danny Green, remember he started the game hitting a couple of 3s. James will find Lonzo, not a good pass. Lonzo try to get it himself. Spin away from LeBron, it's a 2-on-1. And all the way, has 8 rebounds as Ibaka. The speed of Lowry, the trailer Ibaka, and he still hasn't missed. There, only 10 went to high school, made it to the NBA. They're currently active. Here's Siakam driving, good dish.
Inside the 3-point line.
Siakam's been putting a low post clinic on. Ibaka. Kuzma has a dozen here in the third. Ibaka, fake, score. And on the other end, you're talking about Serge. 10 dunks tonight for Toronto. Lowry, it's deep, it's down. Powell, crossover. Valanciunas, little floater is good. And no real sample size. Flyby, Delon Wright attacks Zubac. Anyhow. Delon Wright, his former teammate in college. Ibaka, surrounded, bottled up. Green, flyby by Mikhail Luke, and Danny Green.
Touch when he shot the first one because it didn't hit the rim, and he rebounded it.
Siakam with 16 points and 13 rebounds. 34 for Ibaka to go with 10 rebounds. 21 and 15 assists for Lowry. Lakers have 5 in double figures.
A 3-game homestand tonight. First up, the Toronto Raptors. Lineups are presented by Zions Bank. Valanciunas came off the bench last night in L.A. Tonight, a starter. Little baby jump hook shot for 2.
I was doing that early, really setting the pace for this Jazz team on both ends.
5th career start for the Jazz. Lowry launches a deep 3.
It's an engine right now, really driving this team on both sides of the court.
8-0 run for Utah. The lead is 14-5. Lowry quick as a cat. Great D. Shut it down, Joe. Valanciunas sets his feet straight away. Got it. 2012 start, Utah. Tough shot. Siakam. Lowry back to Serge. He's got three-point ability, and that's allowed Toronto to work their way back from 9 down. Here's Ibaka. Hook it up and in.
To Rudy Gobert.
Grayson Allen also on the court. Utah using their depth tonight with Donovan out. It's only a number, T.
That's true.
Van Fleet finds some space inside and runs it up over the top. Royce O'Neal back in. Grayson Allen, a quick trip on the floor and off. Ibaka against Rudy. Little wiggle inside. Rudy stays down with him. Shot's good. We'll check it out. Van Fleet fires up a three. A rebound to Lowry. Jazz now scoreless in 6 straight possessions. And Lowry. Crowder off his game a little bit here in the first half. And Fleet inside. On the line for 2. Lowry.
Got a mismatch. Mouse in the house here.
Siakam. We're tied at 48. Just past the 4-minute mark. Another layup. And they run it right up. 3 minutes left in the first half. Lowry with a double pump. Monroe follows. Up and in. Toronto with the ball. Up by 4. Siakam quick spin around Crowder this year. And he's 2 rebounds away from number 9. Siakam left hand. That's a beautiful move.
Offensively, we're having some struggles as well.
Siakam feeds inside. 4-point half on just 6 shots. Lowry over Ingle. Utah turnover on their first possession. Lowry 3 up good. Pass picked up by Lowry.
Yeah, it was tough because Rudy got up in the air on that pass.
Jazz with their 8th turnover, pedaling on defense.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of creating turnovers and getting out in transition. Utah's not, well, that's how you always get started. You need that defensive intensity, and you can always get out in transition, get you some easy buckets. It's always good that way. That's all you need. You need to just step in slowly, but, get it going after a little while.
Danny Green.
Floor, a block shot, something that energizes this crowd.
Van Fleet hit it right at the horn. Top Gobert out of his reach. Another Utah giveaway. Siakam passes Green with the finish. Somehow to win their first home game of this regular season. Valanciunas with a lob inside. Lowry another assist. Impressive first quarter of 31 points. There's a throwaway. And Siakam scores. 2.5 to play in quarter number 3. Ibaka has not missed a shot.
Be a lid on that basket. The Jazz just spending a lot of energy trying to stop a fast-moving train in Toronto.
Yeah, this is the 4th consecutive game.
It makes the defensive end a little bit tougher. Jazz done a nice job of getting the second opportunity down there.
Working against Ricky. Spins down the paint, slapped out of his hands, picked up. Over the top. 2 to shoot. Got it. From downtown. Miles grabs that rebound. The lefty knocks down the jumper. Drive on a pivot. That's a big bucket. Anunoby.
Wow. You've got to be able to knock shots down. And obviously without Donovan Mitchell is Delon Wright for Toronto to get a shot off.
Monroe wiggles inside on Epe. That's a tough shot.
Raptors with the best record in the NBA hosting the New York Knicks. His footing. Danny Green launches a 3, and it doesn't go. Gets his own rebound, fires away. Good from Stony Creek. Backing in, here's Leonard. Active defense by the New York Knicks. Corner 3, Green. Manage your way through this until you find your legs, right?
Exactly.
Giannobi, the reverse slam.
Get him to come in and just take over at the start of the season. That's been a slow start plus an ankle injury.
Ibaka down with the Nuggets. Nuggets off to a great start.
Yeah, Nuggets have been playing unbelievable basketball.
Wide open, corner 3 from Rexdale. Miles didn't play in Sacramento on a Wednesday night. JV.
Score, and obviously you can pass the ball.
Going 2 for 1. Backed in. Here to tie or take the lead. CJ for the lead. No. Second chance. Laid up. Delon Wright. OG. Two-handed slam. This season, as OG likes this matchup. Is in strong and 1. On the lead. The 9 turnovers leading to 8 points. DeLon right fires away a three-pointer. Being out rebounded by 5. They've worked on a couple of different concepts. Here's Valanciunas, Lithuanian Lightning.
Trying to get him up a little bit too quick. Good defense there.
CJ with the steal. Canner gets back behind the back. DeLon now. OG fouled and one.
Yeah, it's going to be obviously Jimmy Butler's a tremendous player. It's going to be interesting to see the fit in Philadelphia.
Sidestep 3 and it's good.
TV and Ibaka spending some time working on their handle.
Got to do that in today's NBA for big man Siakam. Kyle into the front court. Out on the break, Ibaka up fake, drives, and what a move by the big man. Maintains the handle, swings it. Siakam now attacking. Nice cut by Kyle Lowry.
Try to give up a good shot for a great shot. There's another example right there.
Leonard, finger roll.
Our screen is even set. You know, we talk about readiness, we talk about toughness, and we talk about anticipation. And those things.
Kawhi sends it down. Siakam in traffic and a blocking foul. Count it. Kawhi.
Nice
Here's
pass.
Ibaka wide open three. Drills it. In the corners, Leonard. Up fake. Conley fires away. Steal by Green, numbers. Transition three. Got it. Here's Leonard. The three. In and out. Siakam. 9 and 2. Lowry the deep three. A Green launches. Yeah, second chance opportunity. Siakam, the corner three. Good. And Bobby Webster and the Dan Tolzman, the scouting staff, as JV goes to work.
That shot. Moutier made it anyway, but now it's just a fight.
It's been important today. The look, JV on the inside, put it back good.
Yeah, that's what everybody's hoping.
And Van Vliet, OG Anunoby.
Kawhi just played the game. When you have it, you have it. If not, just move it. Nice pass.
Great.
Getting rid of the ball and finding his teammates more than we saw in the past.
Corner three for CJ. There it is. Going to remain undefeated at home.
JV wants the 3 to go.
And here's the 3. And Ibaka, 26 minutes.
That's got good minutes.
Yeah.
Not too taxing.
Raptors take it at home. They've won 6 in a row. They hung around early in that opening quarter.
Presented by State Farm. It's the Golden State Warriors and the Toronto Raptors, 2 of the top teams in the league. The Raptors at 18-4, 6 straight wins. Starting lineups presented by Kia for Golden State. Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson have been sensational in the Warrior 3-game win streak. Toronto getting stellar play. Draymond Green sitting out once again. He's missed 9 of the last 11 with that sprained toe. This is Siakam, who has been just terrific. You see, can also handle and goes down low as Green makes his move on Cook. The start they've had. Kawhi Leonard looking for his shot. It's played well by Jones, but got it away. The Grizzlies, you saw Nick Nurse wearing a Craig Sager-like sport jacket.
Now he takes it with much more consistency, but he still does that on both ends of the floor, getting a nice block.
Siakam able to take advantage.
Knocks you out, and he's done that to several teams. I don't know how that can be as big of a disappointment maybe as it seems.
Here's Ibaka for 3. And particularly loves playing here because his dad, Del Curry, spent 3 years with the Raptors. Nice move here by Leonard and knocks it down. Ibaka passing out of 3, goes mid-range and hits. A good start in that department to this point for Toronto. The steal by Leonard. 3-on-1. Beautiful look away, does it back and lays it home. Sean Livingston has come on along with Jordan Bell for the Warriors. Shot clock to 5. Here's Leonard. Yes. This is Siakam for 3. And 4-year man out of Utah has been red hot from 3-point range. In fact, everyone hitting.
Really not one ball handler. We'll give it to Livingston, call him one, but not really one ball handler out there. for the Warriors.
Valanciunas, what a move on Looney. That is the best record in the NBA. 2.5 games in front of Milwaukee. Anunoby on the drive. Shot clock is down to 6. Here's Green with the runner. Here's Lowry. Lowry goes all the way.
Every shot as they're trying to penetrate, and Pascal definitely putting the pressure on.
Ibaka trying to bank it. Ibaka with the rebound. Durant is stopped. Leonard the other way. A one-hop pass to Siakam. Beautifully done. Green on the hop.
You gotta love it.
I see. And that is true, yes. And for good reason, as Leonard gets the rim. Durant, the high point man for the Warriors with 16. Leonard played by Bell, shoots the three and hits. Toronto lead. Siakam with the step. Ibaka. Lowry and Green. The guards are having trouble finding shots here at the start of the third quarter. Here's Siakam from third. Won 3 straight after that 4-game losing streak again without Curry, without Green. Leonard was blocked on that first.
But the Warriors don't have 2 of their best players, so it is no excuse for you.
Siakam with a nice move. Saturday, Detroit in game 2 of this 5-game road trip. What's unusual about the road trip, and things have certainly changed. Happy with his team's play in the first quarter. Leonard had it knocked away by Jerebko, just checked back in. Green able to get to it.
In the first running hook, sky hook jump shot that I've ever seen right there on Thompson.
The memory of Craig Sager, he would have gone deep into his ensemble as you did. Valanciunas is able to
think twice about trying to block your shot, break their hand if they try.
Leonard double team, right with a long, tough angle 3.
His jump shots, even on the move, it's just a thing of beauty to watch.
23 points for Thompson.
Play to Valanciunas was a great play. You just missed the layup. Keep focused, keep the space. And though Thompson is going to check on both Kawhi and Durant, again, embracing the moment for the big play, just like that.
Goes back to Leonard. Here's Green for 3. Yes.
Durant wants that matchup defensively. You got to love it.
Leonard over Durant.
Put the ball around. Get it to him. Let him be your closer.
They're out of the seats here in Toronto. Over at the bench. Here's Durant. 10 seconds. Goes to the corner to shoot a 3 and the hits to tie it up. Game is tied. Here's Leonard. Leonard on the drive, kicks it back out. It's a piece in overtime for the Raptors and the Warriors. Siakam with a pretty move.
Their bucket at any time, and it's kind of a patience along with that trust.
Ibaka from straight away. Good play defensively. Here's Green for 3. Yes! Will be their first win over the Warriors since March of 2014. Jerebko is able to hit a 3. We're down to 2.6 remaining. And that's it.
I'm happy that we executed down the stretch. We were able to make shots. We were able to get some stops in that overtime, and I'm happy we got the win. You know, when the games come down to the stretch like that, the crowd's in it, everyone's in it, it only makes you better.
What's the lesson you take out of a game like that?
I was proud of them, though. I think that when team gets kind of drug into overtime like that, it's a lot of times that team will feel sorry for themselves and not come out and play, and we didn't. We came out and went, scored 4-0 on them. And, that's what I told them in the locker room. I was proud of them for that, to kind of take the emotional punch there in the gut and take a few deep breaths in the end of the game and go back out there and play the overtime the way they did.
Where do you see Siakam's confidence right now?
We're hoping and we think he's going to be a complete player, right? Like a guy that can post, a guy that can score in transition, a guy that can play some screen and roll, set some screen and rolls, and knock down, kick out threes. That's what we're aiming for, and also play the other side of the ball very well.
For Kawhi offensively, is that the most complete game you've seen from him so far?
Seemed a little bit more pep in his step. There was a little bit more elevation on some of those pull-up jumpers.
Kyle Lowry, Danny Green, Kawhi Leonard, Pascal Siakam, and Serge Ibaka.
He settles down in this matchup.
Here's Kawhi over Chandler. Lowry cut off by the presence of Butler. Swarming defense by Philadelphia. Serge, what a power move! Gets it back. Have to eliminate those. Lowry! North Philly's finest to Siakam. Leonard, two-handed slam. And being on the 76ers and what he thinks they could do this season. Kawhi just dialed in.
Extremely physical with Embiid. The body's got to be on him every shot.
JV on the inside. Kawhi with the shot clock down. Free, got it. He's big time there. Here's DeLon attacking. Oh, what a sweet dish. Valanciunas now. And a hook shot. See if they can get something easy here. Raptors 0-6 in the quarter.
Yeah, Philadelphia helping the Raptors out.
Yeah, there you go. Philadelphia smothering defense. Van Vliet attacks. Shot no, weak side. It's Greg Monroe. Van Vliet guarded by Shamet. Leonard with a three. Good!
Give it up.
Had a career-high 7 assists against Denver, as I mentioned. Here's Kawhi on the inside. A forceful play. Offensively, just struggling. 2 of 10 from 3. Ibaka. Jay. And it's good. Siakam gives it to Danny Green. On the inside, the layup. And Abel short. Raptor defense has been tight. Here comes Kawhi. And the pass. OG saves it. Spinning around.
Yeah, can I stay here forever?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's and you just want all the youth to continue to remember him and grow. You know, we continue.
OG to the rim. As you know, because you have been with Nelson Mandela, you had the privilege of meeting him. The power of sport.
For all the different people that you can get here, and if we don't, there's a three.
And it's good.
It is taken. They're trying to make it difficult and just not allowing him to get too deep.
Kawhi underneath, battling, shot short. Serge Ibaka, 18 points, 7 rebounds. Siakam.
Just move on with life.
Well, Chris, good luck, good health. Great seeing you. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it, man. Good to see you. I like the tie.
Thanks, sir. Siakam with a rebound. That's his 6th. Kawhi, he's got 23. Butler shading him. Kawhi, ball fake drop. What a move! Wanted a call, doesn't get it. Here's Fred. Drive, kick, swing. Leonard, Craig, good!
Sitting on the bench, you got to realize, okay, he's struggling. What do I got to do when I come in the game?
Count it! It's Atlantic Division. Get after it defensively. Van Vliet, a wide open three! Hand off Siakam. JV, fading. Got it!
Hesitation move by Wright.
Miles makes a move, kicks.
Looking like a guard out there.
Van Vliet over Embiid. Bucket. Redick traveled. No call. Siakam gets a steal. And the slam dunk. Here's Kawhi. Siakam's running. Kawhi down the lane. Lowry shot. Got it. Siakam to the cutting Valanciunas at home. And they've won 9 of 10. Green high up in the air. JV is 21 and 5. 2-0 against Philadelphia this season.
Max?
Yep.
Celtics prove they're the best team in the East?
No, they're the hottest team right now. The best team is the Toronto Raptors, but I will say this. Kyle Lowry hasn't been right. there is something going on there. And the question about the Raptors from the beginning of the season is Lowry a fatal flaw at point guard for them? Is it fool's gold? Because it ain't Kawhi, Danny Green, these guys, Anunoby, all these guys do their Siakam. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Is Lowry good enough to be a piece that gets them past the Celtics in the conference finals?
He's a pit bull, got a heart of a lion, can really play. But his miniature size, I think, can cause problems for the Toronto Raptors.
Draymond Green getting ready to go for the Warriors in the rematch with the Toronto Raptors. Raps on the second stop of a four-game Western Conference road trip, which began with a win in L.A. against the Clippers last night without Kawhi Leonard, and he will not be available again tonight because of that bruised right hip. If you're handicapping this right now, how likely a scenario is this that these two meet again this season?
You know, I think it's very likely. I mean, I think obviously Golden State, you have to, pencil them in, or maybe write in pen. They'll get to the finals. I don't know if they can beat Golden State, but I think right now, I know Milwaukee's in the picture, Philadelphia, Boston's, they're starting to figure it out. But this team, there's something going on here that's unique and kind of special, and I think there's a good chance. If I'm a betting man, I probably would go with Toronto at this point.
This is no knock on Toronto. I love everything they're doing. If you can pencil in, if you look in and crystal ball, who's the first option? Kawhi. Second option, Lowry. Who's the third option?
Maybe Siakam.
Siakam should be in the most improved conversation as it is. He's been fantastic.
For their case,
is he ready for that?
We shall see.
On a conference champion? I don't know.
Oh, and they entertain the best in the East, taking on the best in the West on a sold-out Wednesday night. Ibaka and Pascal Siakam. Lowry attacking. Clay played him beautifully, and he made it anyway. Out of Wichita State. And that hook pass stolen. The Raptors have numbers. Danny Green runs to the three-point line and drops it in. Threes, but Jordan Bell, that's a good scouting report.
I like him out there better.
On rebound, getting Ibaka another opportunity. You can tell this game means something to both teams, just the way they're both have open. Steph turning it over. Siakam, that's a beautiful finish. They use the entire half court, and then they work on the matchups they want. This time it's Ibaka on Clay, and that got Van Vliet.
This is a matchup in favor of Lowry. They got him up in the air. There it is.
The Raptors very fortunate.
Yes, they are. This kid is unbelievable.
Lob to Valanciunas, and it costs the Warriors. They are all scuffling shooting the ball.
Yes, they're 5 of 16.
You can't keep shooting at the rate they were the previous three games. Right. And Draymond will deal with the big man. And Draymond knocked it away. Danny Green, look what I found. And Valanciunas hurt his wrist. He is in a tremendous amount of discomfort.
And C.J. Miles lost track. Right there, the couldn't cook.
Siakam hitting a three. Ibaka right down the lane.
Well, off the screen very well. Got the look that he wanted. There's the height of Danny Green.
Danny Green.
Not much of a drop-off. And this guy's probably a better playmaker.
Everything is 10. Lowry will launch a three and drop it in.
He runs the start. Yep. See if he can beat Draymond and got him enough back. He backed him up a little bit of a body pump. Sean thought he was going to go to the line, and he's pretty good too.
On a whole side cleared. And Danny Green will shoot over him and drop it in.
He really wants to play with a lot of them.
We're liking this Danny Green on Curry matchup.
He's always playing the off guard with Van Fleet, so he can be.
Van Fleet. Goaltender. Lowry driving, and a little quick shot layup. Can they string together any kind of stops? And Siakam says no. Didn't see Greg Monroe in the meeting in Toronto, but they're staying big, and why not? KD having his pocket picked.
Van Vliet, he's going to drop it back. No. How about that? Monroe's cooling off a little bit. Monroe grabbing that rebound. Lowry again on the reload. Banking that out. C.J. Miles from deep. Against the West. That's impressive. And we've got this road trip. Siakam with the shot clock at 5. Oh, man, what a move to the right. The starters sitting quite quickly, getting ready for Sacramento. I was going to say, both teams started. Lowry inside year.
But the Warriors were so desperate, he came in and played the last 4 minutes of the first quarter.
One of the worst three-point shooting nights of the year.
And turnovers just keep coming.
Second half turnovers have been a huge problem. Richardson hitting a 3, at least one more time. So will we see the Raptors again? So Toronto wins both games. OT in Toronto, but convincing victory here at Oracle. And they had one here since 2004, and that streak is now over.
The lack of success here.
I mean, lost 13 in a row, I guess, as an organization, but
yeah,
it happens.
It's like 2004.
Guess they got us through a new streak. We had a good game plan. Just kind of staying on the shooters. You know, those guys are going to get their shots off, and you just got to make it as tough as possible. They're really good. They got 4 All-Stars. They're talented. You just got to try to make the other guys beat you and understand that they're going to make shots and they're going to make runs, and you just got to keep your composure.
And you're able to beat them pretty handily. What was the reason for that, you think?
Just play well. Move the ball. We got out of transition, played good defense, got stops, and played hard basketball.
It's been a long time since the franchise won in this building. You've been here a few times, played against this team a bunch. How tough is it to win in this building?
It's probably top of the list in the league. Is obviously one of the toughest teams to play. You know, they're one of the best teams in the league, and they have a great home court advantage. Definitely high degree of difficulty, but it takes that much more focus and intensity and effort to go out there and try to get the job done.
How much does a win like this help when you're able to beat a team like the Warriors in their building when you guys are missing one of your best guys?
Just another win. Just another win for us. We expect to win. We're a great team. We feel like we're one of the top teams in the NBA for a reason.
What I learned is that the Toronto Raptors should be under immense pressure. When you go 7-1 without Kawhi, when you go up against the Golden State Warriors, the 2-time reigning defending NBA champions, and you perform the way that you perform, neutralizing them, beating them by 20 points, essentially blowing them out, the excuses have evaporated. What excuse is there for you not to be in the finals this season? The pressure is mounting, and we'll see how they respond to it.
Is there pressure on Toronto? Sure, there's pressure on Toronto. Is there more on them now than other teams? No, I think Kawhi's presence on that team puts more on other teams than the Raptors. Kawhi is the best player that franchise has ever had right now, and they're 7-1 without him, Stephen A. Yeah. When you bring up an Achilles heel on this team, it comes down to if Kyle Lowry can be regular season Kyle Lowry in the playoffs, this team can go all the way. If he can't, they won't. Period.
They got a shot.
Otherwise, this team, that's right, they have a real shot.
So Toronto Raptors, as we get set for this evening's matchup, 22nd road game. They played more road games than anyone else, and they begin the year with a tough trip. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? You know, with the way this offense has been. Siakam with a throwdown.
Tough to guard once he's by the rim.
Frank crossover to the rim. And from three-point range, 39% from the field. Siakam on favors. Here's Ibaka, and the three is good.
Dangerous. Donovan Mitchell and Joe Ingles. And you have Green and Kawhi Leonard, who knocks down the jumper.
Van Vliet sends it now. OG Anunoby along with Leonard.
Ball too, yeah. Matty. What are we talking about? Look at all the big guys that have hurt the Toronto Raptors.
Well, Raptors been so good as Norm's three is good. 2-2 there. The Raptors defensively have been strong. Here's Kawhi Leonard. Their lead as large as 8. It's been trimmed to 2. And Kawhi goes to work. But Rowe now backs in on favors. Spins, works his way through.
Well, Crowder's got the strength, but Siakam's got the length, and he's got to take advantage of it.
OG, and here's Pascal soaring through the air.
Well, and a second unit is different. I mean, Pascal Siakam was a second unit guy. Jakob Poeltl.
Missed 68 games a season ago with a separated shoulder. As OG Anunoby. Norman in the paint run. And Powell. How great has he been here in this sequence? Siakam, Moose to Siakam.
Defense, Matty, no issues, but it's the 6 offensive rebounds, 11 second chance points that are killing him.
There it is, Siakam.
I think he's over at Panathinaikos, right?
He is.
Euro Cup, coaching the Euro Cup.
Siakam. 7 seasons in Utah. Kawhi. And that's looks around, gives it up. Kawhi drives by and one.
And that's what we're talking about.
Good stop that time. Out on the run, Van Vliet, the open three, and it goes. For Ingles to go through a slump like this, he's been consistent throughout his career. Siakam!
What they want right now, because neither one of them can find the basket.
And posting up Kawhi on the inside. And Kawhi Leonard. Fred turns the corner. In the corner. Siakam. Fred is down.
Well, and you look at the shots that he does get, he should shoot a high percentage, Matt. He's so good at getting to the bucket. How about that? And frankly, I think Rubio's got to do more of that, Matt. Instead of always looking to pass, take those layups.
Kawhi. The reverse with the left. How sweet it is. 18 of 25 shooting. Step up. Got it. Moose doing a good job keeping it alive. He was the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs G League team. The end one. And I'm sure some mixed emotions for Kawhi heading back. OG scoops it up. Here's Norm in the corner. This Valanciunas just getting back. Norman Powell and had a lot of bumps and bruises. Once again, that tough angle. This one goes.
Moose was there.
Norm gives it now to DeLon, drives right through, got it.
John Wooden, basketball's game of speed and quickness, but you never rush.
Yeah.
Oh, tough shot.
Hurry up, it's 5-on-4. Spin dribble, Leonard, Siakam.
6 of 20 in this game.
Crowder has, that's a career high, 30.
Wow.
Leonard, quick move, driving on angles. Kawhi Leonard. Here's Mitchell, a three. In and out, batted up, controlled by Pascal. That's going to do it. Pascal Siakam with a double-double, career-high 28 points, 10 rebounds.
8 and 12, but just 8 and 8 over their last 16 games. Toronto is banged up. No changes. Middleton out of the Kumbo. Lopez 7 and then 2 last night against Atlanta. 3 from the corner for 20th on the Bucks. All-time list. Van Vliet.
Seems like last game the same way. Every time he gets down there, he finishes at the rim. Such a good finisher.
Already 3 of 4 on three-pointers. Ibaka. The side, and Ibaka. Tell me you never hit the side of the backboard.
Quieter.
You have to believe that Nick Nurse probably told the Raptors, why don't you go to number 2 a little more often? Ends up on his back. 3 defenders. No whistle, fans don't like it. Leonard had hit the heel. Ilyasova sees 2 defenders, wanted to go to the perimeter, picked off by Powell. And ahead for Siakam.
So in love, but you gotta love the Rock. Talking a little trash. That'd be too much weight room. See, he was getting ready for the Rock. Too much weight room, he missed.
Too much work with you. Leonard behind the arc. Milwaukee back in front by 10. Ibaka. John also blows a whistle in this league. Kawhi Leonard. He swishes a 3.
Glides by him, extends and finishes. It's kind of scary when he's coming at you 100 miles per hour like that, I imagine.
Kawhi Leonard
spreading the court, but quick tight pick and roll for a lob. Only Giannis can go get that.
Ready to help. Now Ibaka. Van Vliet gets around that screen, so unable to hit from the paint off the inbound by Giannis. Three-pointer. Van Vliet, undrafted. Played 4 years at Wichita State. Percentage of assists on kicks for threes, and particularly When it comes to crunch time, they'll go to Giannis and he'll go to others. Gets it to Giannis. Out of the Kubo against Ibaka. Ibaka blocks him.
What a possession. Giannis attacked. He thought he was going to get what he usually does. A bucket, but searching.
Three-pointer. Kawhi Leonard against Brogdon. Step back, fade away from the clock. They always see the clock. I don't know how they do it. Siakam for three. 14 seconds. Danny Green.
See right now. It opens things up. This team, when they get that going.
Again, Anunoby sets the screen. Fans stand. This crowd is doing its part and then some. Bedlam in here. Danny Green. It does here tonight. Kawhi Leonard with the Raptors. Could be big. Van Vliet.
That lead up again after the Bucks made a great push most of the fourth quarter.
Siakam. Kawhi Leonard. Giannis. Brogdon for three. Rebound Toronto. The Raptors avoid Milwaukee taking the tiebreaker in Game 3, winning 123 to 116.
We'll be able to play one of the other top teams in the East and have a great performance regardless of the outcome. This is a game where we play like ourselves and play like we know we can play.
Glad the guys responded. We all executed well, stepping up and knocking some big shots down and just going back to who we are as a team.
Win or lose, we got to just play the same way every night, and so we could just be consistent and get better as a unit.
Played with some juice and some physicality, so and that's the way we need to play if you want to be a serious contender.
Who are 18-25, 13-7 here at home. Markieff Morris all out to the Raptors. Kawhi Leonard lets fly, and they finally hit one. Did a nice job to come in there and tip that thing and keep it alive. Wizards have the ball stolen, and the Raptors off to a Siakam. Pretty strong move. Ibaka. Anunoby in the game for the Raptors. Here's Leonard. Drives all the way and lays it in. Norman Powell in for Toronto. Here's Lowry for a three that's good. Up there in Toronto. We go up there, we sometimes get some flurries, maybe some rain. We don't see a lot of heavy snow up there. Norman Powell. Good steal. But Jan Mahimi didn't see the defender coming from behind, and now Powell drives and scores. Boy, that's a strong move. Boy, that's too bad. Free ball that rims out. Green for three. Baseline, Kawhi Leonard. Another Green. Kawhi Leonard at the other end.
Fourth and fifth options.
Leonard inside with a fake. Swing it to Green for an open three. That was a pretty play. Boy, that's a strong move by Kawhi Leonard. DeLon Wright and bounces it in. DeLon Wright for Lowry, cut off by Brown, shoots over him and hits. Wizards do just what Wizards cut it to 9. Here's Lowry for 3, and that hurts. Beal is one of them. Leonard in the paint. Contact. Leonard pulls up for the jumper. How good is he? Beal's 44th career game with 5 or more threes. DeSato baseline. Otto for 3. Beal for 3. Got it! Leonard with 31 points. This time he gets by Ariza. 4 straight possessions with a chance to take the lead. 131. Lowry takes the shot. No good. Close to 5 seconds. Leonard gets it in and they give him the ball. Spins in the paint and he scores. Back to Leonard. Gets free. Shoots it up and misses. Gets his own rebound. Ibaka for 3. Oh no! Gives his team the lead by 2. Down court, it's picked off, and that is your ball game.
The Toronto Raptors trading for a former Defensive Player of the Year in Marc Gasol.
I thought when I first saw the news that the price point was going to be higher for the Raptors. You assumed immediately Jonas Valanciunas was going to be in the deal, right? That was essentially a given. Out the door, DeLon Wright. You lose some point guard depth. You lose a really solid defensive point guard who has improved, at least from where he was as a rookie, as a shooter. CJ Miles, who was already knocked out of the rotation and is actually some money off the books for next year. A pretty excellent move by Masai Ujiri.
I think the cost is high. We could make an argument of who has been a better basketball player when healthy this year, JV or Gasol.
Given the landscape of what the Raptors were looking at in the East, and I guess if in a potential finals matchup against the Golden State Warriors, you had to go with high ceiling plays, that this was all in and this was short term and it was risky. The window you're working within is a 1-year window. And right now, adding someone who is unquestionably a better passer, unquestionably a better shooter, who adds an element to Kyle Lowry playing in the pick and pop, still a better defender than Jonas Valanciunas. This is a higher ceiling play in an all-in season. The assets that you sacrificed here are not things that are going to haunt you in the future or in the or this season. You don't need Marc Gasol to be the best version we've ever seen of Marc Gasol. You just need him to be a good version of Marc Gasol. To me, you're trying to finish first in the regular season because you want to have home court advantage and you want to beat the Bucks and the Celtics. Those are the teams, and you want to improve your last 5 minutes of the game. Marc Gasol can stay on the floor defensively late in games. We've seen this with Jonas Valanciunas. In playoff series, dude can't stay on the floor. My man can't defend. Marc Gasol can.
Adrian Marjanowski tweeting, Toronto is finalizing a trade to secure Marc Gasol. Please explain what this will do for the Raptors.
Well, I mean, he is an upgrade at the center position. This gives them somebody who can compete with him, Joel Embiid, right? I mean, you need a big body in there to be able to hang with Joel.
Gasol's a terrific player, and it's not only his defense, but his skill set fits today's NBA perfectly. The way he can shoot, and particularly the way he can pass. He'll get excited and motivated about having a new opportunity.
Yes. I just don't think it puts them in the conversation. It made them better with Milwaukee or Philly. I like those two teams over Toronto, even with this trade.
I don't see Marc Gasol moving the needle because their best lineup is with Serge Ibaka at center and Siakam at the 4 with Kawhi Leonard. So I think this was a lateral move. So I'm not sure how much this helped them.
I think this is a terrific upgrade. They haven't had Jonas Valanciunas because of an injury. He was just about to come back. Now they upgrade that position.
Do you think this puts them on the heels of Philly and Milwaukee?
They're at the top of the East. You don't think getting Marc Gasol for Jonas Valanciunas and CJ Miles is a good trade?
No, I don't think it pushed the needle. I don't think they got better.
I think for Toronto, this continues their bet on contending for a championship this single season. Kawhi Leonard, there's still a strong possibility that he leaves for the Los Angeles Clippers this summer. But by adding Gasol, that's an upgrade over Jonas Valanciunas. Despite that improvement, as having a better shooter, a better defender in Gasol, you're losing Wright, who is a solid defender and, a solid ball handler for that team. And I do wonder for them, will the loss of depth be overcome by the improvement having Gasol over Valanciunas?
Who's the best team in the East?
When you look at Toronto, why not them?
They're slightly behind, but I wouldn't rule them out. Picking up Gasol is a great pickup for them.
Big day for us and a tough day too. We made a big trade, as everyone knows, and this is our opportunity to thank Jonas Valanciunas, DeLon Wright, CJ Miles. Jonas was a baby with us, grew up with us. We drafted DeLon Wright. With all our hearts, we thank them, and I know the fans and people of Toronto really thank these guys. We want to welcome Marc Gasol, phenomenal player, and I think a winner that hopefully can come and make an impact. This is, I think, exciting for us going forward as all of us try to achieve a dream of contending for a championship in the NBA.
They are second in the East, one game back in Milwaukee in favor of the Raptors. It's a steal by Lowry off a bad pass. Gives it up for Siakam. Raptors come in 42-16 here at home. They are 23-5 as they score again. Wizards have yet to get a field goal. They've missed all 5 of their shots.
For Bradley Beal.
Screen roll for Ibaka. Pulled down by Gasol. Lowry, alley-oop, knocked away, but the putback is there. Strong move. Green for 3. Good.
It's all tied up at 30.
Wizards have out-rebounded this team by 4. Lynn, nice little look-off. Howell for Gasol. He'll take the open shot and hit it. 10 games. Steal. And an easy 2 for Anunoby. Gasol, the runner, goes. This passes to Anunoby, and he comes up short. Gasol rips it down. Anunoby gets another chance. And a second chance for Serge Ibaka, and he'll get yet another. Third time a charm in this half. Ibaka kicks it out. Siakam for 3. To the game for Bradley Beal in 5 attempts. Ibaka the long 3. Good. Ibaka, Powell, they swing it to Siakam for a wide open 3. Pass, and Thomas Bryant mad at himself for missing that shot. Anunoby. Lowry pulls up on Bryant and hits. Call. Lowry's jumper, good. Keeps it alive, but tips it to Lowry. What a pass! And the reverse layup.
Handling the physicality of Kyle Lowry at the point of the screen, and then finishing over the length of Siakam.
12-point lead, and then the Raptors came firing back. Well, terrific play, but following his own shot. Gasol back in the game for the Raptors. Baseline 3. Powell the other way. Anunoby for 3. Assist to go along with 18 points. Siakam, what a shot.
Wow. Though, with the Kawhi situation, if they...
Fakes Portis. Nice pass for Lynn. Give this team too many chances. Lowry open off the screen. Good. Siakam battling with Beal.
How good is that possession from the Raptors? I mean, how quickly they recover when they're put in a compromising position.
Backbreaker. That's your ball game.
It's the 7th time that you've surpassed your career high. How aware are you of that? Do you know what the number is? Do you have people talking to you, telling you?
I knew a little bit, and you know, I think my teammates, you know, just kind of like give me a glance a little bit, so I knew.
Are you trying to send a message at all that you should have been in Charlotte?
I'm just out here, man, doing my job, doing the things, playing the game that I love, and just going out there every day and giving it my all every single day. I'm playing for bigger things, and obviously things like that are really cool and amazing, and I wish I was there. You know, I wish I was going to Charlotte. But just continue to do, you know, the work that I'm just doing every day, and going out there and playing hard and continue to improve every day.
Close games, I think we seem pretty calm, and you know, I don't think I feel like there's a lot to like about this team.
Now let's meet tonight's All-Stars, beginning with Team Giannis, making his 5th consecutive All-Star game appearance, north of the border in the Toronto Raptors, Kyle Lowry. Now let's meet Team LeBron, making his 3rd appearance, representing the Toronto Raptors, Kawhi Leonard.
In DeMar DeRozan's return of a career-high 44. Finds Lowry. Warm-ups, there's a block. And then the introductions. Siakam. He showed the second defender. They're being a little more aggressive with that. Strong take. Leonard leaves it short, gets it back. Bank shot, no. 3rd opportunity. Kawhi has White on him. Here comes a double. Lowry finds Green, corner 3. Here's Danny Green in the paint, looking for Gasol. Able to gather it. Green a 3. Nearly went off of the back of the head of Lynn into the stand. OG corner 3 coming off of a 7-0 run. Ibaka's short, gets it back, stays with it.
And this is a game with a lot of attention and intensity. How can you handle it? Right pass.
Ibaka the 3. McCall didn't play in the final game of the unofficial pass. Great look, what a pass. Finishes.
That's right. That's a ball you got to get.
DeRozan spinning. Oh, man. Lynn and Anunoby. McCall kicks it. Here's OG 3. 5-point game. Here's Danny Green. And Leonard in traffic.
Right?
Pascal, jab step, cross-court pass. Danny Green lets DeRozan fly by. The roof to that. Lowry, his shot doesn't go. Green, catch and shoot. Misses. Ibaka now to Lowry. Out in transition. Siakam, the corner 3. Spicy pig. As his good buddy Hurdle on the block, finds Lowry. Here comes a double. And the cutting, Lowry finds Pascal, corner 3! Right. Raptors get it back. Siakam sidesteps. Ibaka with a rebound.
Basketball gods helped there that time.
And Kyle, don't poke the bear. In Springfield, Massachusetts, and has worked as a consultant with the Toronto Raptors through the years. Kawhi!
Stringing together lots of positive trips.
Here's Green, a 3. Good.
Good challenge by Leonard that time on game. Oh, yeah.
To Kawhi. This is their rodeo trip, the annual rodeo trip. Raptors down by 1.
Can't stand that.
Here's Siakam. Quick, strong move tonight. Plus 34. Gasol to Kawhi. Kawhi finds Marc Gasol
to get quality shots.
San Antonio 49% from the field.
Nice.
Lowry right to the rim.
3% from the field for San Antonio. In the first quarter, they held him to 23 points. Okay? And he stays moving. And the Spurs, they've lived off of that.
Have Norm. Gasol.
He's doing a terrific job.
Raptors down by 3 out of the timeout. And Lynn.
Contest.
Good job by Anunoby keeping Aldridge away. Here's OG. Got it! Lynn attacking Aldridge. Surge, great steal underneath and a slam dunk.
Lowry, it's like Van Vliet Lowry, right? Playing the two smalls together.
Here's Leonard driving. Kawhi. Shot clock at 5. Here comes a double. Fading away from it. Drills it. Lost when the double comes. Kawhi with a slam dunk. Take it San Antonio. First goes. Bellinelli lets it fly, and that will do it.
Everybody contribute. You know, with me missing shots, everybody stepped up, made their shots on the double teams. And, you know, we got the win. We grinded it out.
To have the connection that I have here with the players, you know, I wish them all the best. You know, but they have what they had for a reason.
The Boston Celtics lead the season series 2-1.
Where he wants to get to.
Serge Ibaka, the open three, and a great shine.
Up top, but Al Horford does not miss that open look.
Post-up opportunity. The best record in the NBA, 44-17. Siakam one-on-one on Tatum. Kawhi up top finds Lin. Lin off of the bounce now. Driving, cut off by Tice. Siakam, a corner three.
By Lin in his brief time with the Raptors.
Siakam catch and shoot. He's made three. Gasol with Tice there. In the lane, left hand, Kawhi. And Anunoby on the floor. Here's Gasol in the post, backing down, fading. Yeah.
Kyrie coming in from inbounds.
Lin darting to the bucket. Rozier, a great stretch last season, leading the Celtics to the Eastern Conference Finals. Norman Powell on timeline. Lowry using the Gasol screen, little pick and pop three. Gasol! Powell on the take. I don't know if you teach that technically.
But you know what? He was flying through the air to get his hands up, and you want defenders to get their hands up until that pass is over by Gasol.
Boston 0 of 5 of the quarter. McCall up fake on the take.
See, you know, Fred and Kyle have got a long history of playing together in big moments. How about that screen by Kyle Lowry?
50-37. 5:20 to go here, and Danny Green. 14-point lead. Lowry, Ibaka, Leonard, Green.
Remember, this Celtic team had 32 points in the first quarter. We only have 39 right now.
Serge. Picked off. Kawhi. In the open court.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And Milwaukee hasn't faced that at all this year.
No, they haven't. Leonard. Gasol to Kawhi. Kawhi. He's got 10. Now a dozen.
Good about his jumper.
Lowry with it. Lead pass, Pascal. Count it.
Kyle Lowry did a great job on Tatum on that shot in transition.
Kawhi, a three, and it's good. Handoff. Siakam to Kawhi. They'll kick it. Lowry, nice. They go opposite. Green. Tatum flies by the three, and it's good. Raptors on the glass. Lin there. Lead pass, Kawhi. The Toronto Raptors. Siakam, corner three, good! Falling on top of Lin.
That was a foul.
Serge Ibaka.
6 rebound.
Turnover, great response by the Raptors. Siakam! Oh! They get to Pascal. 5 of the clock. Over Hayward. Pascal. Pascal, Siakam. Here's Powell, three! His former coach, and that's a motor. And
Lin and Kyle, there's no effort there. They just play together. They play off each other. They feel the game.
OG! Lowry into the front court to the trailing McCall. Thought about it. Sees a lane, explodes to the rim.
But entirely different effort defensively here.
OG with a block. Siakam with a finish.
That's a good sign for him.
Pascal to the trailing Lowry. Finds Meeks in the corner. He'll shoot the three and make the three. But you look at Aaron Baines. He's been out with a bruised left foot over the last 9 games. Baca, 20 minutes, 14 points. Here's Jody Meeks. Boucher handles it, kicks it out. McCall swings it. Malcolm Miller.
Oh, nice block by Boucher.
Lead pass. Boucher with a slam.
Appreciation here at Scotiabank Arena.
Nick Nurse coming down. Quick word with Brad Stevens. The Toronto Raptors victorious.
What happened there in the second quarter as you guys started to pull away? Was it more on the offensive end or the defensive end?
I think we were locking a little bit more, got stops and, playing free basketball. And we also, made an extra pass and just, find the open man.
We did a good job with, everybody tonight. We came out pretty aggressive, and, that led us to early points in transition.
From what I could see tonight, that was as well as we've helped each other in a long time.
Raptors with the second best record in the NBA. Suspended, third and final game of that suspension after the altercation with the Marquise Chris. Siakam, now Van Vliet, Lowry swings it, Danny Green, short corner. Gasol, here's Fred, up fake. Leaves it for Green, three-pointer. Some offense off of your defense and locking down and knowing your assignments as you talked about.
Yeah, and Ish Smith really hurt them
off the front of the iron. Van Vliet, there's just a level of comfort with him back out on the floor.
Knicks or the Nets or Boston, those are 16 tough games.
Siakam on the inside.
Gotten to a point where they're 13th in the league in turnovers committed, so got to improve that.
Danny Green.
Got to cater some in.
Yeah, and Norman Powell.
Because I'm never right.
That's not true.
No, I'm not a prognosticator. What a pass.
What a great dish underneath. OG Anunoby will unveil his bracket.
Really?
Yes. And those you can definitely go to the bank on. Here's Van Vliet.
I mean, Rounds, man, got to give him a little burn.
Sophomore year coming up, and Powell.
Box. OG Anunoby.
And you want to see that from him on the defensive end. Oh, that's great.
He's keying in on those details, and obviously, guys are quicker, they're stronger, they're better. But also be excited about the game of basketball and you as a person in life. It's something that's been very impactful on my life.
All of us here watching the incredible run that you had and just how prideful. Look at Mark. Top of the circle. Jay doesn't go. Rebound for Green. Quickly now Van Vliet. Kyle with the three-pointer.
Relationship and chemistry in that backcourt.
Raptors 10-1 when they start. Van Vliet misses OG. Kyle coming up at halftime. Leo Routens will break down the bracket. Danny Green.
Ask Kyle Korver and J.J. Redick and guys like that, right? You'll have a job till you're 40.
Fred Van Vliet with a jumper that doesn't go, and Siakam with it across the timeline. Azonia tries to cut him off. Can OG Anunoby corner three? Correct.
No, they've been excellent tonight. Really dialed in, 62% from the field and shooting the lights out.
With the steal. Siakam launches from Cambridge.
Two are ready. We'll wait till late June to break them out.
Here's Siakam on a run out. Detroit getting things right here against the New York Knicks. Rhythm three. Play games on consecutive days. I mean, interesting. They manage it exactly. Gasol, 51 games.
And here's the reality. Look at that blow by.
100% in the postseason. Lead pass. Fred finds Pascal with a slam dunk. Griffin. Wow.
Cleveland. So Cavs beat the Raptors last Monday night, and now they
count it. Robinson scooped up. Pascal gives it up. Here's Lynn now driving. Porter.
I was talking to Chris Boucher before the game. He says, I'm ready, man.
OG with 14 points.
Maryland. Murray State beat Marquette.
Really?
Yep. And I was talking to Henry. They're playing well.
They've got a great history. Raptors had a 7-game win streak, and over the last 10 since then, 5-5. And best record in the NBA. Lynn on the inside. The fourth consecutive year are going to win 50 games. Says a lot about
quite
the
a
program.
compliment. No, you mentioned the word program.
Yeah, it's Dwayne Notice on earlier, and having the Raptors 905 rebound. Here's Lynn quickly into the front court on a pull-up.
It's a lot of love for everybody.
Exactly. It's a plethora of food, Jack. Here's Lynn. When we go.
No, you're right about that.
And McCall.
And I'm blue collar, I'm a man of the people.
Boucher.
Bonjour!
NBA head coach wins his 50th game.
Here are your starting lineups. Gasol, the new addition
from Memphis. During night in Oklahoma City. The shot clock winding down. Van Vliet. And that tough runner is good.
What the defense is giving him, he took a jump shot in the first possession and then just drove all the way to the basket on the next one. Toronto's doing a good job of moving the basketball, trying to make it work with the Thunder right there with them as well. As Gasol gets it in the lane.
So many changes to this Toronto team from a season ago as Leonard rattles it home. Kawhi Leonard, one of the fun matchups in the NBA, two of the best two-way players. That time it was George forcing the pass, but there is the spacing. That pass got deflected by Leonard. Green again got caught in the air. And Siakam.
Round one-on-one coverage. Adams delivers.
Green got the flyby wide open. What Nick Collison has done for this organization, this city. Certainly appreciate everything that he did. What a tough shot. Well, that was Dennis Schroeder off the dribble. The kick out to Lynn, and another Toronto three.
The tough drives and finishes.
Schroeder in between three. Raptors had it blocked. Up ahead, Anunoby.
Yeah, I came to a couple games, and then I'm doing some stuff in the community here.
I assume if you were starting to play again now, that would be the first thing you did was step behind.
Yeah, being aggressive, and you're being rewarded for it as well.
Siakam. Leonard hounded on the perimeter. Sends it over to Van Vliet. Got the step back. And it rattles home.
Ben Bogdani is just, staying home on those drives. Right. Toronto's a good team that likes to drive.
Paul George on that last shot and went for the scoop and kind of just lost the awareness of where he was. Danny Green. Everything matters coming into this game. A lot of the little things, boxing out, communication, transition. Van Vliet.
The thing we talked about during the break but didn't mention, Van Vliet's shot didn't count, so it's no longer a 16-point game. Wow.
Well, it didn't have an angle. He has had a really big game as Leonard's hook shot goes in.
And Pascal Siakam that can go at you.
Boy, how many times tonight have the Raptors passed up a two?
Close this quarter out on a good note.
Got to slow down Siakam. Another hard drive to 7 out of 29.
But the offense is producing the kind of shots you want right there.
Coming free with the basketball. Sends it back out to the corner. That three. Van Vliet. Brooks surveys after the screen from Steven Adams, and he turns it over. Siakam on the run. Got the feed.
To apply pressure.
Siakam dumps it off, and Leonard. Westbrook tips it. Now with time. Under 10 seconds, Westbrook straight ahead all the way to the rim with a left-handed layup. Before to Siakam. Siakam full steam ahead. Driving down the lane. Shot. Offensive foul with 1.1 seconds left. Gets it in. Westbrook spins, fades, and we are going to... Schroeder trying to defend Van Vliet. Gasol pushes it up. That's good. No dancing with the basketball, pulls up and connects. Now picks up Van Vliet. His drive, and he scores. Are able to withstand a late push by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and a valiant comeback for Russell Westbrook and company, but not enough in overtime as the Raptors outlast the Thunder 123-114 on Nick Collison night.
A few moments ago, let's get your Northland Forge starting lineups. Games for Andrew Wiggins, and he's made a living in his career against the Toronto Raptors. One of the teams he's had
It's a bad matchup. And look at the size difference between Kawhi Leonard and Andrew Wiggins.
Kawhi Leonard.
Dario will see some time at the center spot.
Van Vliet. It's not the first time he's done that, by the way.
Good rotation. And they're on the wing, and they're getting the ball out of his hands.
Nick Nurse said before the game that Wiggins would be a focal point. Barring an amazing turnaround here in this final 320 by Toronto, I think one of those items that Brian Saunders talked about this morning. Van Vliet, the only starter for the Raptors not to attempt a three. Kawhi Leonard. Pull up three, drops. OG Anunoby will bring it up.
Good back cut.
That made it there. They were defensive-minded, experienced teams that made for great games.
Anunoby, a tough rebound underneath.
Timberwolves and Western Conference Finals. Just that team after all the struggles we had.
Long Island Nets. He played 4 games with the Brooklyn Nets this season, and it seems like
player. You know, through covering them in the NCAA and CBS and stuff like that. Just tremendous basketball mind. He really is.
How about I turned down? That's where I got to know Flip Saunders. And speaking of Flip Saunders, what do you think of Ryan?
And you know, Karl Anthony Towns, I know he's a big fan. So, you know, when you have that type of camaraderie,
you would like to come sit in for as little or as long as you'd like to be on the broadcast.
One segment, we take that.
He's over there dancing in the corner right now.
Yes. The big ticket with Minnesota's found themselves down double digits in a lot of these games. They were down 19 to Golden State, came back and won. Ball out of Marc Gasol's hands, and he's more than willing to pass the ball.
Van Vliet had to take it with the shot clock line.
Tyus Jones out, Dario does.
Leonard drills the triple.
It's going to be absolutely fascinating.
Second round will be a bloodbath.
Stay in a city that isn't as sexy as Los Angeles.
Kawhi kicks out to Van Vliet.
Rosen, if Kawhi Leonard does end up going, and you can just reload.
Well, you can't fault the
man away from one side of the court across court and find the open guy.
Tyus with a hockey assist to play tonight.
Oh yeah,
not on the bench.
You went into the deep dive of the Serge Ibaka as a chef,
and they have a whole country to themselves.
They sure do.
Jeremy Lin, quarter by 2, but this Raptors team, they are intent on leaving Minneapolis with a win. Battered away by Powell.
Excellent shot blocker.
Raptors 40 rebounds to 27 for Minnesota tonight. Anunoby. He's in the darkness and the snow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're a player and you never spent the summer here in Minneapolis,
they've given up 51, however, to Toronto.
Two-way guys European money to entice them to stay in the United States to be able to develop their careers.
Lloyd's record with at least 100 points scored to 30 consecutive games, but that's a very small silver lining in taking this 20-point loss.
Tomorrow, it's not exactly Selection Sunday, but you know you're in and you don't know who you're going to play at the bottom. How much will you guys be watching the scoreboard tomorrow?
Luckily, we're off, so we can put our feet up and rest and get some treatment and stuff, and then see who we play and start preparing, you know, late Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Since I've been in the league these last 3 years, we've been one of the top teams in the league, top teams in the East, and there's a lot that comes with that, and you should take pride in that. You take a lot of pride in what you do during the regular season and keep it in the back of your mind that all that doesn't matter now.
What would you say the confidence level as a team?
You know, we're feeling good as we should, and you know, we'll look ahead and see who we get tomorrow, and then go from there.
Does this team feel like it's where it needs to be to have a playoff run, or do you still need to improve and get better?
We do feel like we are a good playoff team to go deep, and you know, we got experience.
You know you're in. There's 3 teams at the bottom, 4 if you count Charlotte, that could be your opponents. How much will you get together and watch together as a team tomorrow, or just kind of it's another night and we'll see who we play?
We'll keep an eye on it for sure, Jonesy, and see what's going on. Considering our year, I think we're fairly well rested and pretty healthy right now.
The regular season is over, and we now know who the Toronto Raptors have in the first round of the playoffs. It's the Orlando Magic. How do you see it playing out?
It's a tough matchup. Orlando is the second best record in the NBA since the trade deadline, and they split the season series 2-2. I don't love the matchup, but I'm okay with Orlando. Just get tested early. This is still a matchup that the Raptors should win.
I hope they can get out of the first round in 5. Because you want to save your legs for some of the bigger monsters in the East. It's not going to be easy second round on.
I'm going to go Raptors in 5. It's not going to be easy. I think the games are going to be competitive. The team should be in a perfect position to win this series 5-6 max, but I think they will do it in 5.
If you want to talk about a team that is playoff ready and built for what's to come, it's this group. This was 82 games in preparation for what's to come.
This is the best team the Raptors have ever had, and the expectations should be through the roof right now.
I see us going to the finals.
NBA Finals.
Okay,
there you go.
We have what it takes to go to the finals.
There are about 3 other teams who are excellent teams. They're all problems. They're all competitive. But I think the Raptors have what it takes to knock off any of them in a 7-game series.
In this matchup, I see Orlando winning this series.
Whoa.
I really do. This team is playing defense. They're shooting the 3-ball exceptionally well. I like Steve Clifford as coach in this series. I see Orlando coming out with a big win in this series. I know it's going to not be a popular take on Twitter and all of social media, but I'm sticking with it. I like the pick and roll with DJ Augustine and Vucevic. He's picking and rolling. He's picking and popping. I like Orlando in this series.
Okay, I got to nail you down. How many games do you think the series goes to?
I think it's going to go 7 games.
Watch for the Magic.
What are your thoughts on the Magic matchup? I mean, they had your number in a few games this season. What challenges do they present?
They're a really talented team, and their length and the way they play defense and the way Steve Clifford, they're all a defensive-minded team. We have a really high IQ team, and I think that will help us long term. I think long term that's a benefit we'll have.
To Scotiabank Arena. Gasol and Vucevic to jump it up, and Toronto controls.
He said he's just a terrific pick-and-roll player, and his skills were on display right there.
Siakam slides it in against Isaac. Vucevic, who you just saw, had gone 6 seasons without it, as Leonard buries a 3. A maintenance program from the Raptors, and said he feels really good right now. Gasol barrels in and softly touches it home.
When you mentioned that the Nets got that W today, you had a little bass in your voice.
Leonard adding some bass to the rim. Final 2 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Van Vliet, that's a deep one. He got it! Oh, feeling good, Fred Van Vliet. Siakam turns down the wing 3. Meeks gets fouled and finishes.
That's to your advantage because he can really shoot it.
Siakam, the breakdown, taking flight. Pointed out is they've been playing playoff games the whole last month of the season. They've been in must-win mode as Van Vliet puts down another. Green will fire and hit.
Execution that you need.
Siakam meets Vucevic and finishes. The Magic's all-star Vucevic has just 2 points, yet they're up by 11.
Quiet in here right now. Nobody believes what's happening.
A steal from Augustine. Pedaling ahead. Augustine leaves, and Vucevic slams.
Downhill here.
Gasol finds Green. His 3 is good. Second quarter after he was 4 for 4 in the first. His pull-up jumper is good.
I'm sure he did, Ryan. I'm sure he did.
Leonard buries the 3. Timeout, Orlando.
Very nice double team right there, waiting on Big Vuce to put the ball on the floor.
Gasol hits the 3.
That's a big-time shot.
Gordon loses it. Here's Siakam in transition with the flush. Siakam slithers in for an easy 2. Gasol finds Green, patiently steps back, and buries the long 2. After January 31st. Leonard whittling inside, finishes, and the foul. Ibaka dishes out, Green waits, takes, and hits. An 11-3 run for Orlando. Van Vliet, got it. Lowry the outlet. Van Vliet, the finish. Carter Williams is down. 5-on-4 for the Raptors. Powell lays it. Raptors on a 6-0 run. Siakam's floater is good. 5 to shoot. Gordon hanging. Leonard fading and hitting. Leonard curling. Lost it. Gordon the steal. Ahead to Fournier to the rim. Orlando back in front. 10 to shoot. Back to Siakam on the attack. Can't finish once. He does on the back in front by 2. Siakam has 24. In the corner, Isaac connects on a 3.
Big-time shot in the corner by Jonathan Isaac.
11 lead changes, 10 ties, and a Fournier steal. Green can't get to one of the best chase down artists in the game, but not that time. Leonard, you bet! Tie game again. Leonard with swagger in his gait, trying to untie it. He does. 7 to shoot. Augustine with the shot clock fading. Augustine has tied it. 5 to shoot. Augustine, 3 to shoot. He'll take. You bet. DJ Augustine, a cold-blooded tray. Raptors down 3. Leonard, a deep one, is short. With 0.5 of a second remaining, this will be over. There it is, the Orlando Magic steal game 1, 104-101.
Mr. DJ, play that song. How about an upset that nobody expected? In the fourth quarter, Ibaka, they're playing well defensively. Why was he taken out of the game?
Well, when you look at it, Gasol was having a better offensive game. Serge wasn't having his greatest offensive game when you look at the numbers. But at the end of the game, you need Serge out there because Serge is so much better at closing out to people on the three-point line, and he's better in the screen and roll. I think Serge would have given the Toronto Raptors a better defensive presence in that standpoint of the game. I think he probably should have been out there. And a lot of people question Dwayne Casey. I thought a lot of that was unfair. But now we're going to have to have some of these same questions for Toronto today.
Kyle Lowry, where is he in the playoffs? He struggled again mightily when you're talking about 0 points.
How do you sit there and go 0 for 7 from the floor and have 0 points?
It's for me, it's mental because watching these highlights, he's getting shots that he normally makes.
It's just a tough situation. Kyle's had a lot of these moments in the playoffs. As we can see, game 1, DJ Augustine dominated the point guard matchup today. On the big stage, you have to step up. And I'm a Kyle Lowry fan. I always love his game, but he just hasn't played well. And it's sad to say, but Van Fleet was their best point guard on the court today, and that can't happen. This can't keep happening to one of your best players on your team if you think you're really going to make some noise and are serious about contending for an NBA title.
It's a long series. Unfortunately, we got an uphill to climb, but we're made for it.
Offensively, for you, the shots weren't falling. Were you happy with the looks?
I mean, I got some looks and missed them. That's about it. It's nothing into me. I just missed some shots that was open.
Is there anything else that you could or should be doing differently offensively, even the shots not falling, getting the rim, the line, anything else that you want to?
Maybe just being a little bit more aggressive, but it's a game 2 coming up, so we'll be fine.
What are you going to do to get DJ under control as a team?
I mean, he had a good game. His next game, it's always somebody different, and he had a good game. We know who we are, and it's one game. We got to make sure that we know that who we are, and we execute what we can do, and do what we do. When we do what we're supposed to do, we're really, really good.
Preview tonight's action in the NBA. First, we start with the Magic, who stole game 1 from the Raptors. Can they do it again?
I think they can do it again. Do I think they will? I don't know. I think Toronto they're going to answer it. They're historically bad in game 1s, and you can say, well, Danny Green and Kawhi. Well, there's some other guys that are still there that have historical bad starts. Talking about Kyle Lowry, who I think is a great player, but he needs to step up.
Tail of the tape in the point guard matchup. Wow. 25-0, DJ Augustine over Kyle Lowry, who went 0 for 7.
That's impossible.
And 0 for 6. No, it happened. For Kyle Lowry, 1-9, averaging just 11 points and shooting 32% and 19% from 3 in those 10 games. For the first time, he's been scoreless in 50 career playoff starts.
You cannot be an all-star and not score in the first game of the playoffs at home when you expect it to go deep in the playoffs. 0 points is not acceptable. He can score, he can shoot. It's definitely mental. I know it's mental because he's talking about it. He needs to step up. We've been having the same conversation about him the last 4 or 5 years. Listen, I have had bad games before, but I ain't never going to go 0 for 7. I'm going to go 0 for 14 or 0 for 15, but I ain't going to shoot just 7 times. If he was 0 for 15, 0 for 16, we'll give him the respect, the respect to say he was aggressive. His shot wasn't just fun, but we've seen this before. Yeah, 7 shots? Yeah, 7 shots?
In the closing seconds. And that's not an aberration. He's had success. He doesn't have to worry about the overall athleticism there. He can just go play his game. Leonard gets the party started. Vucevic was not moving. He just went and laid on him, and Kawhi comes right back at that mid-range. Picks that shot clock at 10.
Here comes Siakam, the ultra-talented forward going left hand. 9 straight.
Saturday's game 1 loss, and before DeRozan and the Spurs played in Denver, DeRozan was told by Lowry, go be great for us, as Kawhi Leonard extends the lead, Spiro, to 11-0.
Here's Kawhi Leonard, 8 of the Raptors' first 11 points. Lowry from deep, splash! You just joined us, Kawhi Leonard. Off to a terrific start, 12 of their first points. Siakam!
Be ready to pull the trigger because there may not be another in that possession.
Lowry again from deep, got it! 4 of 5, his second three, he's got a dozen. Ibaka. And the Raptors answer.
Organization, no doubt about it. Listen, I love what the Magic are doing. I think they have definitely come a long way. And Lowry.
Spencer Dinwiddie. Lou Williams led the league with 8. Leonard back in the game, playing with 3 personals. Bangs in a 3. Vucevic. Pass out, stolen by Gasol. Siakam. Down by as many as 16 points. Lowry against Ross. Going glass.
Well, the problem is their best players have yet to kind of have an impact on the game.
Leonard fires a 3 with the shot clock at 5.
Sit down, so he can't get a rhythm for when the double team is coming, and that's why he continues to struggle as Gasol knocks down that deep one. Threes as opposed to maybe putting it on the ground and getting to the rim. And great read by Gasol there to Leonard. The Celtics, who had to deal with that horrific injury, you know, it just takes time to, and you don't want to take a risk as Siakam right now just taking advantage.
Second best record in the league behind only Milwaukee as Leonard bringing this Magic defense to its knees tonight. Where would the Magic be without Gordon? 3-point shot, 15 points. Gasol left wide open. Not a good idea for the Magic.
That it presents. Best chance he feels at potentially winning a world championship.
3-time All-Star, former defensive player of the year. Look at Siakam.
All night.
Vucevic intercepted, guess who? Leonard is everywhere. Offensive rebound, Siakam. Play clock at 8. Gasol from deep. Got it again. Well, Magic desperately needed that shot, but they're still down 21 points. Look at Lowry. Like a blur getting down the floor.
They don't have those guys that are yet built for the postseason that can have success when it gets harder. Although that was pretty easy right there for Kawhi.
Gordon now taking his turn on Leonard. Leonard, 31 points. Pulls up from deep. Got it!
You are not going to stop.
Leonard has been otherworldly tonight. Powell on the steal. And he finishes.
This is a year where you saw what just happens with DeMarcus Cousins going down. He's out for the season. And the Warriors still the team to beat.
Play clock down to 5. Here's Powell. Outside the Leonard. And his unbelievable night continues. By the way, Kawhi Leonard's career postseason high is 43 points. As Fred VanVleet. A couple of prolific nights as a collegiate. There's a 3-pointer from the corner by Powell.
He got a little flair in his game, that's for sure.
Jeremy Lin. But what a night for the Raptors. They answer the bell behind Kawhi Leonard and Kyle Lowry. 37 for Kawhi, 22 and 7 dimes for Kyle Lowry. Largest playoff victory in Raptors franchise history.
Kyle, not the greatest first game for you, but in tonight's game, much more effective. What did you do differently, or how did you feel going into this game?
Made some shots.
When your shot's going, what does that open up for you and kind of for everything else for this team?
I think just me being more aggressive, getting downhill, getting to my spots a lot easier. Going back and watching the film, you know, I wasn't as aggressive as I could have been. It's always a new game. One game is one game. Game 2 is a game 2. Now we're on to game 3, and it's going to be a different game. It's going to be more adjustments. I'll go back and watch the film and see where I could be even better.
That first quarter, the first 4 or 5 minutes of that quarter, it looked like they weren't going to get a shot up almost. what was said before you guys hit the floor that inspired that kind of defensive intensity?
Just wanting to come out and win this game. We didn't feel like we played our best basketball game one, and just wanted to protect home floor, really.
What'd you make of Kyle Lowry's performance today? Obviously, he bounced back in a big way.
He played well tonight. He made shots. That's all he didn't do game one. He led us in intensity, and I mean, he did a great job of bouncing back. And you know, he's a pro. That's what pros do. They know it's just one game, and they come in the next game ready to play.
Nick, we spent a couple days talking about how Kyle was going to be better. Was that more of a Kyle game that you've kind of come to expect when he's at his best?
Well, yeah, he was big time tonight. That's him at his finest. He was charging up the floor and pushing the ball, passing, shooting, driving, kicking, making steals, hands on everything, rebounding. He was doing it all. That's a big time performance for him. Really happy for him.
Can you talk a little bit about the job that Marc Gasol did on Nikola Vucevic?
Well, a lot of that starts with Marc's physicality and his IQ. The biggest thing you got to do, not with Vucevic, but with any really good post player, is try to push the catches out so they're starting from a point farther away, and that they're less comfortable, and the percentages obviously go down the further away you can keep them. Played him real physical, played him real smart, didn't give him anything real easy, and he did a great job on him.
Game 2 was a slaughter of the Magic in the 6th on a Tuesday, but the location has shifted to Orlando. Who do you think has the best chance to win of the road team?
I will go with the Raptors.
Why?
I think Toronto had a bad game one. They made the adjustments there. They kind of out-toughed them. They out-physicaled in terms of how they played against the Magic. They figured things out. They got their ball moving. Defensively, that swarming defense with the length they have. Orlando's a young team. This is all very new for them. I think the Raptors sort of regain control, and they'll go in and get an easy victory in Game 3.
The Raptors' big three, Lowry, Leonard, Pascal Siakam put up 78 points alone. That's in comparison with the Orlando Magic, who set a pretty bad precedent.
Sean Wright's got the ball in the air, and the Raptors win the tip. Here is Kawhi. Kick to the corner for Siakam. It beats the buzzer. Crowd wanted a foul, as you might expect from the partisans in this building. Leonard on the drive and the jam.
Right now, Toronto's got 4. That's, as you said, only the second one for Orlando.
Instant offense, Fred VanVleet. How about this? After trailing by 11 points in this first quarter, it's down to a 4-point game. Pascal Siakam changes that. Siakam glides in and scores 12 in the first quarter. 17 threes during the regular season.
Most threes off the bench in the NBA.
Leonard in the air, able to adjust and finish. He's got 8. It's Ross guarding Siakam. Nice hook across the lane. That's been in addition to his arsenal.
He's such a good passer.
Now he gets the feed from Green and sinks it. Marc Gasol. 5 for 18. Now the Magic from 3. Siakam, the floater is good. Leonard wants the 3, got covered up by Isaac. Gasol's open. Speaking of things that he can do well.
The final shot of the half.
Isaac swatted it away. Ross sees the clock and lets it go. And hits! Gordon spinning and stripped by Gasol. Hit the deck very hard. Leonard spinning at the other end. Lowry to Gasol. From the elbow. Smooth shot.
Going.
Back-to-back buckets. Danny Green, great shooter, sinks the 3. 5 to shoot for Gordon. Vooch, 3 in the lead. Got them all! Nikola Vucevic has taken over for Orlando. What an answer by the 25-year-old Siakam.
That's 14 points for the Magic.
Kawhi to Green. 4-3. Then he raced back to set a screen for Leonard, who finds Ibaka for 3. In and out. Green the offensive rebound and the stick back. 8 in the quarter for Danny Green.
The pick and roll.
Finds Ibaka, beautiful pass to Siakam. And Steve Clifford did not like that.
Got help off the bench, Steve Clifford did in the second quarter.
Oh my goodness, what a pass by Lowry to Siakam.
Endo climbs ahead, Toronto won't have any of it.
What a pass by Siakam to Green. It's a 13-0 run, and it's the largest lead for Toronto. Or somebody smaller.
Amen.
Siakam, great move on Ross, tried to recover, did not. Pascal Siakam.
But no more unless you gather and begin the motion. You don't get the free throws.
Foul was the second on Birch, who tries to block the Ibaka offering.
Toronto playing much better on the offensive end.
Ibaka, 17-footer was good. Right back to Powell. This time he rattles it.
50-50 balls.
Late in the shot clock, Lowry, the step back to force it up, and knocks it down. Up next with Mike, Mark, Jeff, and Lisa. Nice take by Norman Powell out of the timeout.
Terrible in personal fouls. Orlando's second, fewest fouls.
Very good defensive team. Lowry snuck inside, splitting the defense and getting the two. Fournier 0 for 9 from the floor, 0 of 5 from 3. Siakam against Ross. What a shot by Pascal Siakam. Fournier to Vucevic. Kicks it out for Ross. Big three is good. Step back. Tough three. Long rebound Ross. 2 minutes to play. Ross all the way, laying it in. It's a 4-point game. Leonard nearly traveled. 4 to shoot for Siakam. It's been his night tonight, and he delivers at a key moment again. Time is Toronto's friend. Orlando up against the clock, down by 6. Ross free for 3. Good again. 3-point game. Kawhi Leonard. The step back over Gordon. It's short. Who wants it? Lowry saved it. What a play by Kyle Lowry. No fouls to give on either side. Rim's good. Timeouts covered up by Siakam. Precious seconds ticking away. Ross for 3. Now, Fournier for 3. Final seconds ticking away. Raptors, after losing game 1 in heartbreaking fashion, dominated game 2 and held off the Magic in game 3. A phenomenal performance by Pascal Siakam.
How have you improved as a basketball player most prominently this season?
I think for me, it's mostly just playing games. Like I think getting more familiar with the game, being on the floor, playing more. It's mostly just getting comfortable, like getting more comfortable with the game and understanding, the pace of the game and kind of like not rushing like I used to do.
Only been playing organized basketball for 7 years. Are there times the game still feels new?
Yeah, of course. Definitely feels new, and I think every night I'm out there, I get better. Every single night is kind of like an experience, and it feels good.
Your confidence level right now, how would you describe that?
I think, it's growing, and I think it helps when you have guys like, Danny and the whole team just kind of like supporting you. You got things going, they want to go to you and give you the ball. So like just little things like that kind of like help with the confidence. And for me, just trusting my work. I put a lot of work in.
He's unbelievable. He's the most improved basketball player in the NBA this year. He's going to continue to grow and get better. It's a great game for him. It's fun to watch.
What can you say about Pascal tonight and how he seemed to get involved in every area?
He made a lot of big buckets. He was really patient. He would see a mismatch and he'd wait until he got enough composure or an angle or the right pump fake or whatever. Just a really mature play from a young player. And again, he just seems to keep getting better week by week as we go here, which is good for us.
To have a 17-point lead, get whatever it got cut down to in the last minute there, 2 or 3. How much better did you guys get tonight in that atmosphere to survive something like that? How much of a building block can that be for this group going forward?
I just like the way we came out originally, like with we got to impose our will in this game. And then I liked how we answered. Like we went down a couple times and we answered right back immediately, I think both times. We put a string of stops together and showed some great toughness there as well. And then I thought we played again, threw a lot of hits in the lane and got some tough baskets late.
Raptors were the 3rd best road team in the NBA this season, behind only the Bucks and the Warriors. Exactly the kind of start Steve Clifford was looking for. Lowry with a quick answer. There's Gasol. We know he can shoot the 3. Comes barreling down the paint and goes glass. Out of Lowry. pick and roll. Gasol, what a pass. Outside, Green wide open. Got it. Terrific ball movement.
Kawhi says today he feels fine. Everyone in the organization said he's got no problems. So far, 0 for 1. Make that 1 for 2.
Tonight, Zach Zarber, long-lost brothers. As here comes Leonard down the paint. Going glass again.
Blue-like symptoms or not, there's another deflection and steal.
Leonard!
Oh, my goodness.
Look at the footwork.
Hard to score against him in the half court. That's why you don't want to spend a lot of time playing late in the shot clock, and Ross got away with a push there. Driving opportunities on the weak side.
Good starts for both Fournier and Vucevic. Siakam! Boy, this kid is a bad, bad boy. There's Siakam. Ross on his back. Draws the double team. Van Vliet. That's good. Finished just 5 of 14 shooting to close the quarter. And 6 turnovers as Lowry. Orlando playing with urgency. Lowry on a 3, a little bit short. Ibaka getting his hands dirty and cleans up the mess for the Raptors.
Score up the turnovers. I think they're going to be a little bit better suited to have a chance in this game moving forward.
Ibaka from deep, got it. To earn a postseason berth, Van Vliet. Offensive rebound, Leonard. Powell, that's a 3, got it. From last season when they won just 25 games to earn a trip into the postseason for the first time in 7 years. What a finish. Leonard wants to take a Wundu. Augustine helps. Leonard, a little bit too much, gets it back. Fades away and hits.
Team like Kawhi got there just in time.
Leonard fading away, puts it down again.
Action time slows down.
They've got 2 guys who are former defensive players of the year in the NBA. As Siakam buries another 3. 10 seconds left in the half. Here comes Lowry, the little hesitation. Siakam, that's a 3, splash. It's a back from Gasol. Leonard rises and hits.
Just got to try to get a few stops, get something easy in transition, and just kind of get the crowd back, get your confidence back, and that's not going to get it back if you're giving up those kind of looks in the postseason.
Green the steal. Finds the trailing Lowry, and then Leonard. It is all Raptors. How many teams in the NBA can he take them to another level here against a Raptors team that looks so good? And there is Leonard again.
Kind of passion that Jordan is playing with from everybody else. And
Leonard again, and he's fouled.
Had that triple gone down.
3-pointer from Fournier. Powell underneath. Boy, Fournier was right there. What a play by Powell. Our producer, Bert Bondi, always generous. Danny Green, that's a 3. Here he comes, weaving up the floor. Stolen. Ross, 1 second, fires, and hits. Bamba went down with that stress fracture in his foot at the end of January. Boy, Powell has hit some huge baskets in the second half.
Of the floor.
Leonard fending off a Wundu. He cannot be stopped. 17th Orlando turnover. Powell taking flight and putting it down. Leonard, 32 points, looking for more. Little fake. Offensive rebound, Ibaka.
The regular season is going to be about what happens in the postseason with all the disappointment they've had over the last several years.
Boy, how big has Norman Powell been off the bench? It's that the Jazz blew a huge opportunity last night. Siakam! Fierce finish. Leonard's late is over. 34 points, 12 of 20 from the field. There's Powell looking for more. Graphics producer Sam Poulos and Carl Cronenberger. Our statistician at the table has been Rich Gaynor. Kawhi Leonard sprinkling his stardust on the NBA postseason yet again.
How gratifying is it for you and your team to be able to secure both wins here on Orlando turf?
Certainly gratifying, and certainly gives us, a chance to, win the series.
Coach, talk about what Serge and what Norman gave you off the bench tonight.
They were both great. Norman played with great force tonight. Man, he was a rocket to the rim. He got strong and got up and finished, and a couple of those were big baskets. I think it's great that we get 29 points out of Powell and Ibaka off the bench. That's big for us.
With 2 convincing victories in the past 3 games, is there any worry of complacency from you heading into Game 5, going back home on Tuesday?
I think you always got to worry about that. You know, you worry about that all season long in this league. After you win, you gotta forget about that last one and refocus. And our message will be, let's build on this. Make sure we understand and see what we're seeing. We're doing well. Let's tweak and fix some of the things that we can still improve on.
Kyle Lowry and the Raptors can create some rest for themselves before their second round series. A closeout chance against the Magic tonight.
Than they do in the regular season. And Pascal Siakam is one of those players. Raptors open up with possession. Kawhi gets it to Danny Green in the corner. Here's Lowry. Lowry on the move with the left hand. Christine has been quiet since game one and is 25. Here's Kyle Lowry. Lowry makes the three. Kawhi on the take in the corner. Green. There's Lowry. It up. And Gasol with it.
Excellent. Locked in the entire possession.
Lowry! A blow by! Right to the rim! What a start! Leonard doubled Lowry in the corner. Three! Air ball scooped up. Kawhi! And Pace. Double clutch. Left on the rim. Gasol with a rebound. Here's Danny. Back over to Pascal. Banks it in. Seeing Mark and the job that he and Adam do. Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, and what they've done for the game as well as outside of the game. Here's Siakam. Over to Kyle. Lowry gives it up. Mismatch. Back over to Kyle. The three from the corner. Moving it around the perimeter. 7 on the clock. Green finds a wide open Gasol.
Oh my goodness.
And he drills it. Raptors up 25-7. Gasol. Lowry, Siakam. The double comes, leads to a turnover. Ibaka got a piece of it. He just checked in. Here's Kawhi, the three.
Driving through and just, they make it difficult.
And just Van Vliet. Here's Serge, jumper, good. Tremendous game 4 in Orlando for Norm. Playoff Powell on the move to the rim.
As big a factor as it is the statistical element as well.
Deep three, and it's good for Fred. Here's Norm now, drive. Nice pass. Ibaka,
great
back
pass.
shot, and one.
To find the open guy.
Van Vliet driving, strong take, Fred.
Well, find out which guys are trustworthy per play, and he has done a good job for them on both ends.
The three, or is it a long two?
You know, ABC, he's taking every step, and he's passing it.
Oh, playoff Powell with the throwdown!
Can't let Augustine get clean looks.
Norman Powell on the take.
Wow, he just went right by his former teammate.
To Gasol, Birch with his hands draped all over him. Here's Siakam, corner three. Van Vliet, the three, no. Offensive rebound, Kawhi. Van Vliet, Green, corner three. Pascal now driving. Terrell Martin cuts him off. Gasol back over to Pascal, the three. And it's good, Pascal. Lowry got attended to during halftime. In fact, he left as Kawhi drills the shot. Keep an eye on that. And Kawhi's made another three.
Sound.
9 turnovers have led to 17 points. Here's Kawhi, wide open corner three, drills it.
And then where are your passing options out of it?
Siakam spinning.
Nice. And as you mentioned earlier, Matt, look at that.
Siakam, two-handed slam.
The game slows down. It's a joy to watch.
Kyle on the inside. What a move. Oh, bats it over to Green.
And when you got a guy like Gasol that can pass it
again. The claw with the catch and then the throwdown.
And what a pass.
Keeping Orlando at bay. Great look. Nice hook shot. Danny, good look. And the three is good.
Percent as well. The efficiency is great.
Turnover, Fred. Over to Powell with a slam dunk. Van Vliet with it up top. Serge. Rolls. Here's Pascal underneath. Oh, the post up. He's got 22. And Vliet and Siakam are on the court. Serge rises up. Jumper is good. 101-70.
So far, we haven't heard a lot of extensive stuff other than speculation from people. But, you know, when you start looking at Tobias Harris and
season with a thumb injury. Batted away by Meeks.
I'll tell you what, he's a pretty good defender with a reputation as a shooter.
Ibaka slam dunk. And Orlando, by the way, led for just over 12 minutes. Jody Meeks lays it up and in. And that's going to do it. The Toronto Raptors, for the first time in franchise history, they've won 4 in a row in the postseason.
115-90.
It wasn't that close, America.
No, it was not.
That was a great.
They were up 30. They were up 37 and never trailed in the game.
What do you think about when you think about the matchup with you and the Sixers?
It's going to be a good matchup. It's going to be fun, but we got to go out there, do our job, you know, try to impose our will on them, and you know, stay the course. We know what type of team they are, what they represent, what they bring, and we got to go out there and play our basketball, our brand of basketball.
Obviously, this is a team with tremendous size, starting right off the bat with Embiid inside, but they're big. They're big all over. A lot of talent on the floor on both teams, so it should be a great series.
The Sixers played 4 times against the Raptors. Toronto won 3 of them. The one they lost, Kawhi Leonard was not there.
Who you say are going to be in the conference finals now that you've seen
Milwaukee versus Toronto?
You still okay? Milwaukee versus Toronto.
Going across the board. I totally agree. I think this is a tough matchup for the Sixers. I think the addition of Marc Gasol going to really help them against Joel Embiid because he's just as big as Embiid. He can play him one-on-one in the post to a certain degree. They don't have to double every time. But also, he's going to be able to drag him out on the post. And Ben Simmons has really struggled with Kawhi Leonard. Yeah, 24 turnovers in the 3 games. He got to a point where Ben would kick the ball up court, and the Sixers could never get into their offense. So we're going to my favorite city, Toronto, and we're going to Ernie's
the mean streets of Milwaukee.
Streets of Milwaukee for the conference finals.
What does it mean to you to be playing Philadelphia in round 2?
A really good team. You know, they got some talent. They got 3 total All-Stars. Tobias Harris could have been the 4th. They're really good. They're talented. But for us, it's about us and getting better and continue to grow.
What type of challenges can the Sixers present to you guys on either end of the floor?
I mean, we all know, you know, they have Joel, you know, Jimmy Butler, obviously Simmons. They have a bunch of Harris. I don't know. I can name them all, but I think, you know, it's going to be a challenge. Trying to enjoy this win tonight, probably get some rest, and then kind of dive into Philly and kind of like worry about that then.
It's one step closer to our goal, and you know, it's just the first step of the journey. We got a couple of days to get prepared, and we'll be ready.
Should be a great series, man. I know it's a lot of talent on the floor on both teams, so it should be a great series.
Who do you trust more, Raptors or Sixers in this one, Paul?
I like the Raptors. Siakam, since he stepped up with Danny Green, Kawhi Leonard, championship experience. I gotta go with this. I gotta go with those guys.
Yeah, I'm going the same way with the Raptors. The Raptors know exactly how they want to play. Everyone knows their role. They bought into their roles. They don't have the issues that Philly still seems to have. Is Ben Simmons not shooting in the 4th quarter? Is there enough space for him and Embiid on the floor? Is Embiid healthy? There's still a bunch of question marks with Philly that really weren't resolved against the Nets.
I do think the Embiid health factor, to me, is the biggest question mark. That's the kind of injury that could bother him the whole next 2 weeks, or it could just start to feel a little bit better, depending on the rest he gets. If he is a monster, like we have seen him be in some of these playoff games, he is going to be trouble. And we've seen Toronto, how they can tighten up sometimes.
I just think overall the experience that the Toronto team has and the championship experience is going to play out.
And depth.
And the depth.
Let's take a look at how these two teams, the Raptors and the Sixers, fared against each other during the season. They played 4 games. The Raptors won 3 of them. Points per game, pretty close. Offensive efficiency, almost exactly the same. Field goal percentage, almost exactly the same.
Very evenly matched. You can expect a very, very thrilling series to go at least 6 games with a lot of competitive basketball. Toronto legitimately should be the favorite, but we'll see what happens.
Gasol and Embiid will jump it up. The 76ers and the Raptors, the winner goes to the Eastern Conference Finals from Butler, in and out. 7-0 run for Toronto. Lowry trying to add to it. Backdoor. Siakam!
Reasons. One, Embiid hadn't really had a paint touch. The they come right out, and you see there just the mental breakdowns. That's 2 times now he's missed a point-blank layup, indeed, here early on.
Beautiful swung for the fences, making big moves early and late. Leonard's jumper is there. Gasol drives and kicks. Siakam a 3.
He'll get the friendly bounce.
And that's the 3rd Philly turnover. Backdoor! Big finish! That ends a 7-0 run. Lowry off of a made basket. Oh, the bank shot goes! And
gets the opportunity against Leonard.
On an island. Leonard. Marjanovic ranged over, but it's one-on-one. It's a fade, and he makes it.
Have some productive minutes over the course of this series. We don't know the status yet moving forward of Mike Scott.
Oh, the ball is popping. Siakam!
How was he going to coordinate that bench? And here, thus far, I think they're getting solid minutes.
Siakam, body bump, up fake, and a deuce. That's had a tough time matching up with Boban. Lowry using the screen from Gasol. Pick and pop. Gasol a 3. Yes. Leonard looking to weave his way. He does. Beautiful spin. Kawhi Leonard with a fantastic finish.
Listen, that's an area where they can make some hay against this Raptors team.
Leonard squares and hits. Leonard the other way. He got met by Simmons and still converts.
By a big-time player.
6.6 rebounds for Simmons. Siakam off balance. It's good. Clear up. Leonard leaves it. Gasol rocks the rim. Some others involved here with Philadelphia, Roz. Leonard gets inside. And they locked up Orlando after that Game 1 loss in the first round. Siakam drops it in from 3-point territory.
Never allowing him to get a good look or anything in rhythm.
Siakam one-on-one with Tobias Harris. Gets it to go.
The opportunity to have to guard Redick now since he's been unleashed.
Step back Jay, Lowry. Last meeting between these two teams was February 5th. It's a long time ago. These teams are different. Gasol in the quarter for Philadelphia, 13 overall. Give and go. Lowry to the cup. Missing OG Anunoby out with the appendectomy. He would have been a factor in the rotation. Kawhi Leonard. Philly 31-20. Denied. Kawhi Leonard. The rejection. Siakam. 10 to shoot. Leonard makes his move. Kick. Green open look. Got it. It's a 3. And we will hit 2 minutes to go. Sixers have missed their last 6 shots. Ibaka, the floater. That Ibaka bucket, first points of the night for the Toronto bench. Leonard. The bounce goes down for Kawhi Leonard. Here's Butler. Stripped by Lowry. And a turnover. Van Vliet lobs it up. Ibaka!
Against the Sixers, so that's not that surprising.
Out of the timeout. Ibaka gets right to the rim. 2015-16 season, they lost to Cleveland in 6. Leonard. Bullseye. Leonard. The closeout by Harris. Leonard turns. Oh, ridiculous! Down to 4:20 to play here in the 4th. Leonard, head and shoulder fake, hangs. Gets the bounce. 45 for Kawhi.
Getting a rousing ovation from the crowd. Just an incredible performance. 45.
Korkmaz. And that'll do it. It is a rare Game 1 victory for Toronto.
Kawhi, with 45 points tonight, you just became the second Raptor in team history to score 40-plus in a playoff game, Jordan and Vince. What does that accomplishment mean for you?
You know, it just shows how much hard work I put in, you know, from year 1 to now. You know, if you know me, I'm more of a guy that's looking for, you know, our team success, reaching the ultimate goal for my team. This is what happens, I guess, if you just stay focused and you want your team to win. But, you know, that's all I'm focused on is winning.
What kind of mental boost does it give your team when you see guys like Kawhi and Pascal come out in the first quarter and be so dominant right off the bat?
I think it got us, kind of got the jitters out and stuff. I didn't think we were moving great at the start tonight. Again, it's the start of another big series, and we weren't pushing as hard as I would have liked, and we weren't cutting as hard as I would have liked, and those guys kind of bailed us out and kept us ticking over. Actually played enough offense to kind of get us a nice little lead there at the start. It was big to have those two guys step up and kind of jumpstart us.
All we did was do what we were supposed to do and protect home tonight, and we got to look at the film, see where we can continue to get better, and get back at it.
Big game up north tonight featuring the Sixers. Embiid missed this morning's shoot-around as he dealt with some stomach issues. There is Joel getting ready for the game tonight. Again, listed as probable. We will have an update as the hour continues.
I think they almost got caught off guard with the physicality from Toronto. That's got to change here tonight.
Ball in the air. Toronto controls the tip by Lowry, who rebounds his position at a high level.
You know, I really feel like Kyle Lowry, a great finish there. This is how you see Tobias Harris starting off on Marcus. Oh my goodness.
Siakam, the creativity. Gasol back out for Lowry. Lowry contact. Gets it to go, plus the foul.
That entire free throw line covered. He couldn't turn the corner.
Contested. Leonard sticks it. Siakam fakes on the pass. That spin. Left hand passed out. Siakam. Quarter. Toronto's lowest scoring point total in a quarter in the playoffs, 16. Oh, Leonard!
That's far.
Ibaka drives. Ball is moving. Powell. Open J. It's a triple. Rim. Turnover Philly. Leonard using the Ibaka screen. Jumper is pure. Kawhi Leonard from downtown. Van Vliet there defensively. And he lost it. 3-on-1 developing. Lowry gives it up. Leonard! Siakam with 5 and Lowry with 5. Monroe, shot clock winding down, a turnover. Leak out. 3-on-1. Lowry maneuvers to the rim. Leonard against Simmons. Little fend off, and the fadeaway is smooth.
Yeah, being much more assertive.
A lot of contact. Lowry, will they give him continuation? Sol gets a touch way outside. Lowry, nutmeg! The 76ers have turned it over 12 times in this first half, yet they lead by 18. Now it's 16. Leonard.
Well, they won that battle, and they have killed them on the glass to offset those turnovers.
Simmons lost the ball. Green, a pull-up three. Got it! Side. Here comes Siakam to Kawhi Leonard. The jumper. Philly gets back defensively. Get it inside. Gasol. Cutter. Leonard. Leonard with Simmons out front. Gets around him. Leonard on a kick. Siakam. 13-2 run for the Raptors. Gasol, the drop step. Finds Siakam, who lays it in. Lowry directing traffic. Leonard against Monroe. Rises up and hits a three.
That's been an unsung hero. He finds Ennis there. Can't get that triple. When you look at the defense he's done, and this is where I think Toronto's got to take advantage off their defense.
Lowry. Work it to the outside. Gasol fires. Got it. A three. Leonard. Getting physical with Ennis. 9 to shoot. Leonard hangs. Gets it to go. 2 minutes gone by here in the fourth. Lowry bounces. Ibaka sticks it. Lowry peeks at the clock. Makes his move. The runner gets the roll.
Philly on the verge of being swept. Now all of a sudden this thing gets really interesting, but they're able to hold on here.
Leonard gets the deuce +1. Leonard gets it in for Lowry. Curl, Siakam the push shot. Box out, easy one, and the foul. Kawhi Leonard. Back out for Leonard. Siakam, attack mode, gets it to go. Leonard tried the crossover. Simmons didn't bite. Leonard leans, big shot goes, and the foul.
Recognizing that, looking for the opportunity in transition.
25 for Butler. Siakam checks the feet. Book it for three. Embiid with Siakam helping. Trying to work through 2 defenders. Finds Butler. Oh, Jimmy Butler, bullseye. Leonard kicks it out. Siakam. Drive and kick for Lowry. 3 on the way. He cans it. Now to 1:40 to play. Leonard makes the quick move. Kick it out. Lowry. Yes!
Get another possession, only 5 on the shot clock.
Siakam floats it up, no. Rebound, Siakam lays it in. It's a one-point game. Leans in on Green. Embiid, a ball fake. Embiid spins to the rim. Pump fake. Embiid gets the bucket. A big one. Leonard gives it up. Green for the tie. Off the rim. Gasol keeps it alive. Knocked around. Harris has got it for Philadelphia. They have to foul. Tobias Harris connects. 94-89 Philly.
Toronto to try to give themselves a chance here.
Baseball pass. Leonard short, and that's it. A major bounce back by the 76ers.
I think we, came out in a little mud, running slow in that first quarter. We picked it up second quarter a little bit. We just dug ourselves in a hole a little early. They did a good job bouncing back. You got to give them credit. They came out, play hard, pushed the pace a little bit, and they got the shooters the ball and they scored.
I'm proud of how we fought back into the game, how we competed. So we're going to make our adjustments and on to game 3.
They made some adjustments. I don't think we came out early, how we were supposed to, with urgency early in the game. But, give them credit.
They came out more aggressive than us. We didn't come out aggressive enough. We didn't come out, with a super sense of urgency. We didn't play well tonight, and they played really desperate and played super hard tonight, and they got a victory.
Didn't start out very good with flow, like rhythm, and I thought we were just a little stand around-ish and a little trying to play mismatches, a little more than just continuing to just play and let things come to us a little bit.
The desperation that the Sixers played with showed me something tonight. They showed me how badly they want to win this series.
Who needs game 3 more, Raptors or Sixers?
I'm going to say the Raptors. And the reason why I'm going to say the Raptors is obviously you don't have home court advantage. It was snatched from you in game 2. You want to immediately get it back. You don't want to continue to give the Philadelphia 76ers any momentum.
Look, the Sixers got a road split, so they took home court. They have to defend their home court now because they're the underdog. Most of us expect the Toronto Raptors to win this series. If Toronto goes to Philadelphia and grabs game 1 in Philly, game 3 overall, and swings it right back to them, Philly's sunk. They're not good enough to stay with Toronto. The Sixers, the pressure is on them. They're the team that needs game 3. Toronto can lose game 3 and still win this series in like 6 games.
More pressure in game 3, Sixers or Raptors?
No doubt about it, the Philadelphia 76ers. You can't win game 2 on the road and then give up home court advantage the next game.
I'm going with the Sixers on this one as well because for that very reason, you can't give up home court advantage that quickly.
Mr. Paul?
I think it's the Raptors. I mean, they gave up home court. They need to get it back. If they want to win this series, I don't know if they can win a couple games on the road in Philly.
Here's the crew chief with Jason Phillips and Trey Maddox. That's the officiating staff tonight. Simmons drives, finishes, no, won't go. Leonard the rebound. Leonard also a superb rebounder, pulls up and nails the 3.
But that's a difference maker. He is not settling, staying aggressive and forcing the issue.
Kawhi Leonard, the pull-up. Too strong, Siakam the rebound. Leonard again, 2-pointer.
Terrace has to be able to create shots.
Ibaka to the rim. The big question when they were deciding to make that acquisition to get him is Danny Green knocks down that 3. Distributors averaging almost 5 assists a game in this playoff run. Danny Green connects out of 3. Van Fleet to Gasol. 1-on-1. 2 old-time centers. And Gasol wins that battle. Lowry and Simmons get tied up, and Lowry's hurt. Lowry's hurt and is not getting up. Powell, corner 3. That's good.
Can be in the lane on that one. Gave good support.
Kawhi Leonard.
I'd like to see Kobe Bryant do a detail about your preparation for the game. It's a thing of beauty.
He doesn't have that much detail as Leonard with the left hand.
Down Mike Scott back in. Lowry to Siakam. Good looking floater from Pascal Siakam. Jimmy Butler having a terrific all around first half. Leonard falling away. Got it.
Asking him to make something happen.
Kyle Lowry with a steal. Harris in pursuit. Lowry gets his first bucket.
Has been problematic.
Coming up on 2 minutes left.
Nice feed, Lowry to Siakam, deflected by Butler. Lowry inside, Danny Green throws it up and in as the shot clock expired. Excellent balance from the Sixers here tonight. Leonard's jump shot is good. Harris on Gasol. Monroe's in the game. Gasol, nice move across the lane. Ennis trying to guard Kawhi Leonard. Quick spin, gets inside and throws it down. Butler, three-pointer. Great outlet. Gasol to Lowry. Touchdown at the other end. Lowry just his second field goal. 7 points, 4 assists. Off the turnover. Green throws it up to Siakam. And apparently is doing well, but want to send our best wishes. Get well soon, Danny. In this one, Leonard, 6 to shoot. Kyle Lowry, nice feed inside. Siakam the slam. But for your star guy to miss, to still didn't play in a lot of games, as Leonard line drive. Leonard, a little crossover, sets up the three.
What school did you go to?
A lot, unfortunately.
Leonard with a steal, 3-on-1. Leonard, nice feed. Siakam throws it down. Kawhi Leonard, 6 to shoot. Looking for some room. Oh, 3 Sixers were around him, and Leonard drills another. Lowry. Shot clock winding down. Green's got to get it off. Just does. And banks it home.
Difference in how he's playing.
And beat inside. Layup. Shot is good. And the foul. Boy, he's enjoying tonight.
I think they're searching for someone right now, Mike. Someone who can come off their bench that they believe in.
Butler once again, and the foul. Embiid fakes, Embiid down the lane.
O'Neal is rolling over in his king-size waterbed right now.
No, those guys that you mentioned, they're looking at it like, Mark Jackson has a point.
And Philadelphia takes a 2-1 lead in this best-of-7 Eastern Conference semifinal.
How deep is Toronto really? When OJ Anunoby, it has an emergency appendectomy. When Fred VanVleet has been just terrible this series, and Serge Ibaka, who was having a resurgent year, is having a bad postseason. If the benches can play each other even, then it's all on Kawhi Leonard to be even more brilliant than he's been through 3 games. On the Toronto side, here's the other thing that's happened. A team that thrived this year without Kawhi Leonard. He missed 22 games with load management, and they were able to play well in those games. They now all of a sudden look like Cavs teams when LeBron goes to the bench in the years past. The on-court, off-court numbers see from the regular season. Look at the offensive rating in the regular season without Kawhi. It's not as good as with, but it's 106.8 is fine. First round, it drops to 77, and so far this round, it's 54. It's less than half of what it is with him on the court. He's got to be able to play moving forward in this series like LeBron would have to, 42 to 44 minutes a night. They have rested him up to this point in the season to prepare him for it. He is in the athletic prime of his career. He seems fully over that injury. Right now, at least in Game 4, which becomes basically a must-win game for Toronto, Nick Nurse needs to go into that game saying, we're going to rest Kawhi for 2 minutes at the end of the first quarter, 2 minutes at the end of the third quarter, and he's going the other 44 because Toronto doesn't have an answer offensively with him on the bench.
Last night, I think he played 36 minutes. I would try to bump that up between 37 to 40. I would be careful with the LeBron James as far as putting anyone in that 43 to 45 minute category.
And win Game 4, you can go back to a regular rotation, but Game 4 becomes a must-win game for Toronto.
From the Philadelphia area, played his collegiate ball nearby at Villanova. And we are underway. The Raptors. Ben Simmons had 10 points, 7 boards, 7 assists in the last game. Lowry pretty much helpless that time against Harris. Siakam dribble handoff to Kawhi Leonard. Rising up in the paint, and that's his first field goal of the game.
To help out. Embiid was underneath. They had a 2-on-1 under the basket.
Lowry with the runner in the paint.
Nice.
Got the fortuitous roll. Leonard running it back. Good ball fake on Simmons. And Kawhi Leonard with his first three-pointer of the game.
Excellent defensive move by Gasol as he took away the lane.
Ibaka on the break. Off the great dime. Embiid fell after the pass by Redick. Lowry on the break against Butler. Waited, and Ibaka with the finish off a nice dive.
So, because I honestly thought you gave up an easy shot.
Leonard drives and kicks it out to Lowry. Kyle Lowry back in Philadelphia. Leonard wide open.
Oh,
great recovery by Simmons for the block. Another good closeout by the Sixers.
Nice.
Danny Green doesn't mind. Leonard out top. His team up by 5.
Oh,
got free on the baseline and punches it. Green. Lowry gets it back. And no hesitation in his game today. That one comes out, but Leonard there. Raptors playing off Gasol at the elbow. Leonard into the paint. Great fake. And goes under for the layup. And back comes Kawhi Leonard, tied at 49. Stops for the three-pointer. Good decision by Kawhi.
Elevating and then making that shot. Pretty good distance.
8-0 run for Philadelphia. Kyle Lowry with the mid-range jump shot. Leonard. Boy.
Well, that first half, he played most of the game in the paint. Now he's all over.
This is the time of the year that he's been waiting for. Kawhi Leonard. Lowry. Good look underneath. And Siakam finally gets his first field goal of the game. Zennis continues to contribute in a big way off the bench. Leonard guarded by Simmons. Baseline pull-up. Boy, a contact. Leonard got open. They refused to pick him up. And Kawhi Leonard, the sound, the resonance of Kawhi Leonard's voice. That's how quiet he is. Nice pass inside. 22 seconds to go in the period.
Well, you got to get in there a little quicker.
Nice looking jump hook by Serge Ibaka.
Well, he definitely picked the right school. Excellent coaching staff. And then he blossomed.
Great shot there by Lowry.
He's always there.
Lowry off the Gasol screen. Lead up to 4. Gasol with a soft touch.
Such a strong game. And he has Lowry. Remember now, Lowry got off to a great start in that first quarter.
Leonard against Scott. Kicks it out to Gasol. Got a clean look.
Nice.
And he knocks the game at 84.
Oh, no.
Good ball fake. Passes to Ibaka. Wide open. And cash money for Serge Ibaka.
Excellent.
And Ibaka for the Raptors. Embiid got picked off. Butler picked up Leonard. It didn't matter. Kawhi Leonard pressing up on Leonard. Embiid switches. Fires a long one.
Oh, my.
Pass in traffic. Harris the 3. Missing, and the Raptors in control now. Up by 4 with just under 40 seconds.
Is just so outstanding.
This is
that's why he should miss 2 foul shots. Okay.
But time's going to run out, though, on the 76ers as the Raptors come back, bounce back to win Game 4 to even the series at 2 games apiece.
Kawhi Leonard's been the best player in these NBA playoffs, and that's no disrespect to Kevin Durant or Damian Lillard or James Harden or Giannis. On a net rating basis, they're averaging plus 7.5 when he's out there, minus 49 when he's not. They are just getting annihilated every minute he's on the bench. Kawhi willed them to the win. He's been spectacular. The only reason this series is tied and not 4-0 Philly is because of the individual will of Kawhi Leonard through 4 games.
The Raptors are back in control of this series. I believe we're going to have a 7-game series. I believe they will win Game 5.
This series will go as far as Joel's stomach or knees can take him. He's got one big-time game in him every 10 days. And after that, he's going to be useless. Yesterday, he was useless. He was the equivalent of the Walking Dead. It looked like he was walking through the game in mud.
The Sixers got to step up. I promise you this. I think they'll lose tonight. I think we go in 7. But if I'm wrong, and the Raptors lose tonight, they ain't going back to Canada for a Game 7. Sixers going to close them out Thursday night at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia if they win tonight.
A game that saw 11 ties, 10 lead changes. Philadelphia controls the tip.
Killed them at times on the offensive glass, so that eliminates some of that.
Lowry jams it. It's a 3. Trying to get into it early here. Siakam off
the window. Mike Scott is in for Tobias Harris. Scott saw some time at center the other day. Nobody is home, and Lowry gets the deuce. Moore stripped of the ball. He brought it down low. Leonard streaks to the corner. Siakam got it. A three. Foul was called on Norm Powell. Siakam lines it up. Bottom from three-point territory. Leonard drives. Can't finish it. Knocked to the outside. Controlled by Powell. Van Vliet is in. Got a three. Fred Van Vliet.
For the Sixers.
Oh, Van Vliet just picked the pocket of Embiid. Powell gives it up. Leonard. Big finish. This opening quarter. 10 attempts for Toronto. 9 for Philadelphia. 1 second difference. Shot clock to game clock. Leonard splits defenders.
And guard the catch and shoot off a good offensive execution.
Ibaka, the fake, and the Statue of Liberty dunk. Gasol nails it from downtown by Green, who's back in there for the Raptors. Monroe returning for Philadelphia. Green fires, connects. It's a triple. 6.5 remaining. Second quarter. Lowry all the way to the cup, and the foul. To the corner, Ibaka. Long strides for two.
And Philly now showing some fight defensively, trying to get back into it.
Off of the made basket, Leonard, kick, Green, got it, a three. Siakam, one-on-one with Harris. Siakam ball fake, lost it. All right, count it. Siakam, they give it to him. Short, long rebound to Green. He'll fire, got it. It's a three. Leonard peeks at the clock, 5 seconds. Leonard makes his move. Oh! That's a man's jam! Kawhi Leonard!
13 and 10 with 3 assists and one emphatic finish up over the top of a Sixers team right now.
Simmons knocked out of there by Siakam. Now it's a foot race. Lowry takes it in. They have cut just 1 point off the halftime lead. Danny Green, bullseye. It's a three. 29-24 in favor of Toronto. Simmons just gave it away. Gasol, the lead pass to Siakam. Toronto has built the lead up to 24. Gasol, count it.
Just have not seen a lot of that from Ben Simmons or the Sixers in this game.
Just the 5th shot of the night. Oh, Leonard! 32-28 off the boards. Lowry, a chance for 4. By Ennis. Gasol pops and hits. Lowry remains in there, so does Leonard, Ibaka, Gasol, Siakam. Leonard. It's like Nerf ball. Norm Powell drives, dishes, and another bucket. Ibaka, a chance for 3. There's Moreland on a handoff for Lynn. Return feed, Moreland.
Ball movement, body movement, playing fast, and they just have not been able to find a rhythm thus far against Toronto.
Powell, a 3.
Fast break points, 31-8. They got 18 second chance points. They got 36 points in the paint to go along with it. Jeremy Lin.
Have to go, Marjanovic.
That's a barrage in America.
Yeah, it's barrage anywhere. Any continent. Powell going upstairs for the jam. A Toronto rout to take a 3-2 lead in the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Raptors dominate the 76ers 125-89.
Nick, what happened to the Philadelphia 76ers last night?
We had talked up to this point in the series. It had been Kawhi doing his job and his teammates not helping him out. Last night, Kawhi was actually somewhat inefficient, but his teammates were exceptional.
Finally.
In Game 5, his teammates accounted for 104 points. They'd been averaging 60. The other Raptors did their job. The other Raptors looked like the team that was 17-5 during the season. In the 22 games Kawhi missed.
Game 6, Raptors-Sixers. I need the key player in this elimination game. I'll start with Paul.
Easy, Kyle Lowry. You got to give me at least 15, 16 tonight for them to win on the road.
Johns?
I'm going to go Jimmy Butler.
Mr. Rose.
I'm going with Joel Embiid. He was second team All-NBA on my ballot. He's been invisible in 4 to 5 games this series and hasn't scored 16 points in either of those 4 games.
Game 6 coming up next.
Who you got winning?
Philly.
I got Philly tonight.
I got Toronto.
Philly.
Zach Zarba, our crew chief, working with John Goldman and Tom Washington tonight. Gasol, remember, he's a former Defensive Player of the Year. Here's Lowry and the former Villanova Wildcat.
Game pressure on Philadelphia late. What is their response?
Siakam open again, and this time he knocks it down. Siakam driving on Embiid, and what a shot. Butler defending Leonard. 2 excellent two-way players, and Leonard wins that. 6 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound. And he's got 2 fouls that he's playing with as Leonard strokes it through again. Leonard with 8 points. They move it around off that initial double, and great look by Gasol. Leonard off the Ibaka screen. Hesitates. Oh, what a feed to Ibaka for the slam. Leonard just snatches it out of the air with his left hand, then takes it with his right. The other thing, too, is Nick Nurse told us Kawhi's actually become more vocal in the playoffs. Ibaka gets it to go. Here come the Raptors by Toronto. The shot clock at 4. And a strip by Leonard. Lowry, great save as he was falling. Leonard takes it all the way for the slam.
Going to keep possession, but I think this ball went off him.
Here's Green, and he drills a 3. Siakam last year shot 22% from 3, 37% this year, and that one goes. Keeps the dribble against Simmons with a timer now at 3. Goes into the paint, hangs, and finishes with one hand. Butler charged with defending Lowry. Simmons stays on Leonard. Lowry gets airspace and drains a 3. Back to 15. Midway through the third here of Game 6. Leonard keeps the dribble. Siakam at the foul line. Last games as members of the Sixers as Leonard takes it to the rim. Leonard, Raptors look to push it. They've got numbers. Lowry, here's Green for 3. It's good. And Toronto is with an 8. Largest lead of the night for Philadelphia. Leonard feeds a cutting Siakam for 2. Meanwhile, you've got Mike Scott with 11 off the bench for Philly. Ennis has had a really good night. 7. The way this series has gone, when it was 2-1 Philly, it looked like the Sixers are on their way as Leonard slams.
And we're not coming in here until 5 o'clock pregame to walk through things.
Lowry's 3 is good. His rookie year, when he was healthy, he was phenomenal, and then he gets hurt. He took control of the game. He also has 8 assists and 6 rebounds. He hasn't missed a free throw in this game. And he's taken good shots as Gasol hits. There's Patrick McCaw. Miller in the lane. Nice move with the layup. Don't forget, we have another Game 6 tomorrow night on ESPN. Warriors and Rockets, Kevin Durant. And a well-deserved standing ovation from the Philly faithful because the Sixers played lights out. They force Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals Sunday night in Toronto.
The Sixers were on the brink of elimination last night, but they stepped up big time against the Raptors. Philly got huge contributions from all 3 of their stars. Game 7 will be Sunday back in Toronto. Shannon, who you got? Who wins Game 7?
I'm going to take Toronto. I believe this is the reason why you fight so hard in order to get home court throughout the playoffs. If it were to go a Game 7, you must feel very comfortable that having that game in your building. Toronto with Kawhi. And they have a lot of guys that have Game 7 experience, and I think that's going to come in. Kawhi, you know, in the NBA Finals, Danny Green's been in Game 7. Marc Gasol has been in some Game 7. So I like Toronto to win that game, Game 7, and move on to face the Milwaukee Bucks.
I picked the Sixers going in. I'm sticking with the Sixers in Game 7. I do not trust number 2 in the biggest situations. If this game is close into the fourth quarter, as I think it will be, number 2 will fade. To me, the Raptors at heart are still the Raptors. The new DeMar DeRozan is number 2. Now it's he the North, and we'll see how he responds.
If Toronto doesn't win this game, I think Kawhi Leonard is definitely gone. So it's going to be real interesting to see how his supporting cast shows up because you know those brothers want him to stay in Toronto.
Who do you got Game 7?
Well, you guys know I picked Toronto in 6, but I'm going to stay with them in 7.
I'm taking Toronto with you, Chris.
The Sixers are going to win this game.
8 games in the NBA Finals, and Jason Phillips in his 92nd playoff game with Greg Monroe in for the first time. Oh, it's pickpocketed, and here comes Kawhi. Simmons, Embiid knocked away. Green picked up by Ibaka. Ahead to Leonard underneath the Green.
Coaches huddled talking with Brett Brown, then came back to his teammates telling them, hey, we got it, stay with it. Joel Embiid looked
2%. Raptors shooting 22%. Butler shifting, driving, scoring. The Raptor 5.
Yeah, but you saw that last possession for Philly. Not a good look, and then Ibaka comes down.
Butler. Now the shot clock at 3. Here comes Scott. He's got to fight. Embiid taps it up. Ennis. That's a 3. Sixers had an early 1-point lead into Siakam. Great feed by Lowry.
On that shot.
Redick again on the move, firing and knocking it down. 3 triples for Philadelphia. Shot clock at 5 and across the lane. Count it. Leonard got it to go. Oh, pickpocketed. Leonard by Harris into the hole. Made in this one from the field. 7.5 in the half. Siakam. Gasol out on Embiid. Here comes Simmons. They've opened up some space. Siakam snaps it away, and Simmons hits another one. Ennis with Lowry on him. Bad thumb and all. James Ennis up and down. Block. It's Green defending Simmons. It's out to a wide open Tobias Harris.
They'll get into rotation, which gives you opportunities on the perimeter.
3 by a buck. Harris again taking it inside. He just hit from 3.
The beauty of his game is he doesn't have to score necessarily to be effective.
Lowry. Oh, he looked pretty good right there. Harris defends on the perimeter. Wow! What a play! Report, Ernie Sheck, Kenny and Charles. The other way with a drive and a 2. What a play! It's Leonard outside, defended by Simmons, and inside with Embiid.
It says Toronto on the offensive glass, and I feel like they also need to still, as Kawhi able to get that mid-range.
5.5 minutes. Going back to the second quarter. It's Gasol, puts up that shot and knocks it down. Harris against Lowry. Redick. The fake, the fire, and the 3. 6 boards, 9 points, 2 assists, down court for Harris. Puts on the brakes, launches the triple. 5-0 run, they go inside, now outside. Embiid by Gasol, down the lane, into Siakam. Count it! Shot clock at 4. Jimmy Butler, that's the lead.
That's why he's being extra aggressive. They're going to have to get contributions from others here in this quarter.
Redick with a 3.
It was vital for Philly to answer. Now the roles reversed. They got to get something here from Toronto.
And Ibaka. Little pass inside. Ibaka finds the curling Kawhi Leonard. Leonard open. Rebound Lowry again. Ibaka. 3. Leonard. Shot clock at 5. They're trailing Leonard into the paint. Hands off Gasol. Redick is 4 of 10. Ibaka has 3 rebounds. The other way, the dive, Lowry.
It's good right now going small ball for Toronto.
Deflection, Van Vliet. Rejection by Embiid. 2 points for Ibaka. Approaching a minute to play in the third. Embiid and Gasol. Round him and down it goes. Approaching a minute to play in the third. Embiid and Gasol. Round him and down it goes. Leonard. 3 seconds difference. Shot clock, game clock. Ibaka. He's taken 30 of the 70 shots for the Raptors. He's taken a lot. It's Harris with a 2.
For Toronto, if you're Brett Brown, we've got to try to punish them inside. We've got matchups that we like. It's hard to solve.
Rebounding in the game, +6 Raptors. It's Simmons. Here he goes. Embiid watching Siakam.
Siakam is just reluctant to shoot the basketball right now. And I tell you what,
Butler 2 of 9, 6 points, a 3. Jimmy Butler 6 in Philly a couple nights ago. Leonard making his move. Simmons defending, puts on the brakes.
He's taken 31 shots here to get in this game.
Butler. Another one for...
And other than that,
big three-point shot. Shot clock at 3. Lowry. Oh, what a shot! It's Embiid looking inside for a backpedaling Simmons. He'll throw up one off the glass. His 3. Gasol the offensive rebound. Leonard with a 3. Good! Gasol defending. Joel Embiid. Good shot! And shooting at 43%. Raptors at 36%. Leonard. Here comes Kawhi Leonard as the defensive Simmons right there and takes an off-balance shot. Ibaka on him. Out to Redick off the screen. Long 2 by J.J. Redick. Averaging 21 in the series, and Siakam tonight has 9. 3. Leonard. Good! Here's Harris. Shot clock at 2. Doubled. Knocked away. Stolen by Lowry. 2-on-1. Siakam. Embiid. Lowry knocked it away. Embiid gathers it in. A lunge and a foul. He's averaged 29 minutes in the series. Just said Van Vliet is in. Leonard. Redick the foul. Points on 38 shots.
if he gets the opportunity to take it.
Short. Harris. 2-point game. Here comes Butler. Driving layup is good. It's off to Leonard. Defended by Simmons. Is this the dagger? Game. Series. Toronto has won. Fourth-quarter points by Kawhi Leonard.
How about the bounce? And look at the fans in Toronto. They have had a lot of misery.
41 points for Kawhi Leonard and the game winner that bounced 4 times and fell in, and the Raptors are in the Eastern Conference Finals to face Milwaukee.
Can you take us through the final shot? Can you just take us through your thinking on that final play?
Just trying to get to a space so I get the shot off, like you said, and B was guarding me. And I just knew I had to shoot it high, and end up getting a soft touch and going in. I knew it was Game 7, and I just wanted to go out and leave it all on the floor.
The Raptors advance into the Eastern Conference Finals with a buzzer beater against the Philadelphia 76ers. This now, though,
this is awesome,
is the most watched NBA game in Canada. 2.2 million viewers on average, but at any given point, 5.8 million Canadians watched this game. Crazy numbers.
I was going to say 1 million of those were just from Devo. So, and all of us here on repeat. It was pretty cool.
The Toronto Raptors are going to the Eastern Conference Finals courtesy of a 92-90 victory over the Philadelphia 76ers in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Right now, when you look at Kawhi Leonard, my God, is there a difference between him and DeMar DeRozan? We can understand why Masai Ujiri elected to make that trade, knowing that Kawhi Leonard could potentially be and likely be a one-year rental. Toronto's about to go against Milwaukee. The Greek Freak against Kawhi Leonard. 2 of the top 4 players on the planet Earth going up against one another right now. Off the top, I think that Milwaukee wins this series in 6 games.
Who will come out on top in this series, Stephen A?
Milwaukee.
I trust the supporting cast in big moments a little better on Milwaukee, and I think the Freak is just, it's his time, and he has a little bit better of a team. I like Milwaukee.
The Eastern Conference Finals have arrived on the mean streets of Milwaukee. Chuck, what does this series come down to in your mind?
Can Kawhi get any help? I think the Milwaukee Bucks have a better supporting cast, even though I love Toronto. But those guys did not show up in Game 7 against Philly. Kawhi's going to do his thing. Giannis going to do his thing also. To me, it's going to be about the supporting cast. That's why I have the Bucks taking this thing.
I do think home court advantage will be the difference because the teams are so evenly matched. Not starting this series in the North and starting it in your hometown, the mean streets. And I think that will be the difference in this series.
Giannis, Mirotic, Lopez, and up the guards, Middleton and Bledsoe. The officials, Zach Zarver, John Golden.
The starting unit between the Bucks and the Raptors. Absolutely. Look how long they are.
Lowry able to knock it down. Lowry fires for three and knocks it down. Overall to the playoffs, and he's had an extraordinary playoff run, averaging just under 32. Here's Gasol for three.
6 down from downtown for Milwaukee.
Nice pass work.
I'd rather him shoot threes than kill my defense inside and score in the paint.
And Kawhi Leonard right back. Here's Gasol. Lowry got to it. Leonard with the runner.
What?
You
surprised he got the Nets, man? He's been watching too much Giannis highlights.
Siakam got the step and stuffs. Final seconds, first quarter. Ibaka, and that will count. His bench, after playing only 7-8 players most of the playoff. Here's Norman Powell, who came on right at the end of the first. Chris Middleton with his second field goal. Lowry for three, that's his third. Siakam handling. Nice move by Pascal Siakam.
On that one himself.
Gasol wide open for three, yes.
Excellent mid-range player.
Kawhi Leonard with the step. Catch and shoot for Siakam. Green keeps it alive for Leonard. So the Raptors have a 6-point lead. Middleton now defending on Leonard. Picked up by Lopez. Here's Kawhi. And he gets the hump. Kumbo is now 2 of 4 at the foul line. Here's the lead pass. Lowry was hanging. Lowry with the bucket. Middleton. And the pass deflected. Here's Leonard ahead of the field. Chased by Middleton. And he puts it down. Lowry goes baseline. Here's Lowry for three. Surgery to repair a stress fracture in his left foot. So obviously out for the rest of the season. Mike Budenholzer going with his bench here in the third quarter. Wide Leonard. Shot clock down to 5. Leonard comes up short. Leonard with the rebound and score. Final seconds of the third. It's a 4-point game. Siakam fires. Yes! Lowry. Van Fleet. Lowry wide open for 3. Nets, that was back in April of 2015. Middleton played by Lowry. Oh, the steal by Lowry. What a play. And Lowry takes the distance.
Toronto in the half court. That pace is slowed down. Not getting the looks, but Lowry telling me he's not aggressive tonight, Rich.
Siakam goes at Lopez. Another 3 for Kyle Lowry.
Where would they be? He's been shooting.
Oh, Green trying to go behind the back. He lost it. Scooped up by Middleton. 2-on-1. Gives to Lopez, who had to make a tough catch. 2 minutes to play. Fourth quarter. Lopez for 3. Yes! And again, the Raptors showing high minutes for all the starters. And that will do it. The Bucks 108.
The Raptors were in position all game to win this basketball game and take the early lead and steal game 1, a home court advantage, and the Bucks found a way in the fourth. What was the key to the game for you, Stephen A?
Well, to me, the key to the game was Brook Lopez. He played an outstanding game. He finished with 29 points, hit about 4 3-pointers, including a key 3 late in the game. I think the thing that you've got to look at peeling from tonight's game is What shot can Toronto possibly have after losing this particular game? Kawhi gives you another 30-plus. He finished with 31. Kyle Lowry, notorious for struggling come playoff time because of his miniature stature, drops 30, and you still lose. Milwaukee shot 25% from three-point range. They struggled miserably in the first half, and they still won. That should spell trouble for you if you're the Toronto Raptors, and it certainly does spell trouble.
Kyle Lowry did his part with 30 points last night. How are the Bucks able to win this game?
The supporting cast. And they got plenty of help from their supporting cast. Toronto obviously got none. They had 12 points total off the bench. Malcolm Brogdon by himself had 15 for Milwaukee. Toronto was fatigued. 4 of their 5 starters played 40 minutes or more. Giannis led the Bucks with 37 minutes. The depth is huge. And I don't think, look, it's hard to take Kawhi out, because they took him out for 2.5 minutes to start the fourth and were outscored 8-0. Nick Nurse has got to find a way to do a better job of staggering Kawhi's minutes early on. You got to find some time in those first 3 quarters to give him some rest, because Kawhi is not used to playing these types of minutes. He averaged 34 minutes in the regular season, sat out 22 games for rest. Now he's playing 40 minutes a game in the playoffs. He got fatigued. That's the only way I can explain his struggles in the fourth quarter, and I think as a team they were fatigued.
Fourth quarter of game 1, 32-17. The Bucks outscore the Raptors, and the offensive numbers were staggering. Kyle Lowry had 14. The rest of the team had 3 on 0 of 15 shooting. Still in all, Milwaukee won game 1. Giannis didn't have a monster game. This guy came out of nowhere with 29 points.
Look at the starting lineups. The Bucks with Giannis, Nikola Mirotic, Brook Lopez, and on the backcourt, Chris Middleton. Here's Green for 3. Start here by Milwaukee. Giannis had it knocked aside. Leonard is on it. Bucks are back. Leonard right down the lane.
This is the defense.
Foul on Mirotic. Here's Leonard putting a move on Iosala, who just came on. Valuable player for the Bucks all season long. Rookie of the year a couple of years back. Oh, nice move by Lowry.
I think Toronto's going to have to play small here.
Here's Gasol, and he hits. Did not shoot the 3 well in game 1 despite the victory. Ibaka, Brogdon pulling off a rare feat this past season as Ibaka is able to hit.
+9 advantage in bench points. No surprise for Milwaukee.
Here is Lowry on a nice fadeaway from beyond the line. Good job by the Bucks on Leonard. They double up on him. Now he finds some space and hits. Hitting from all angles. Leonard step back against Brogdon and knocks it down. Shot clock to 3. Siakam. Rebound Leonard. It counts, and the foul.
He does that. He's been successful.
So Bledsoe with his first field goal. Gasol, Green for 3. Yes, it goes to monthly meetings.
Wow.
Nice move by Leonard. Leonard picked up on a switch by Lopez, who fouls him as he scores.
And get that high of a seed every year.
How about Steve Kerr with all the ups and downs of the Warriors, but he'd never get it.
Way back into this ball game, and you will get a fresh Giannis Antetokounmpo in the 4th, and a tired Kawhi Leonard.
Here's Powell on the drive. 28-point lead has been cut by 10. It's down to 18. Leonard gets it off and counts on a foul. Brogdon.
Got numbers.
Van Vliet. High off glass, and he is able to convert.
His 3rd game back. 3rd game back.
And he's played well in all 3. Here's Powell for 3. Norman Powell. There's Jody Meeks. Gets it away and scores.
Largest 28. So what can be improved upon in those stretches where the Raptors cut into the deficit?
Yeah, we just didn't get enough stops. I think we can be better defensively, but again.
This is Lowry drilling a 3.
Before we get home, because I'm going to need you to take shots in a loud arena. I'm going to need you to play with confidence.
That will count. Wow. Kawhi Leonard. And they are 2 games away from the NBA Finals.
Milwaukee won the first 2 games of this series. And oh, Canada, do the Raptors need a win in Game 3. The Eastern Conference Finals continuing here on TNT. And in Jurassic Park, Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Bucks holding serve in the first 2. Now what will be the answer from Kawhi Leonard and the Toronto Raptors?
Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if the Raptors gonna win tonight here, somebody say, oh yeah! Say we the North!
Listen, when you're down 2-0 and come home, you know you got to come out like gangbusters. You got to get your crowd in the game. Listen, anybody knows anything about basketball, you cannot come back from 3-0. That's the reason it's never happened. So all hands are on deck tonight.
8-point win in Game 1, 22-point win in Game 2, and now it's Game 3 here in Toronto. Raptors trying to get on the board, and the tip at the top of the hour here on TNT.
A look at the starting lineups. Bucks stay the same as you'd expect. Giannis up front with Mirotic and Lopez.
Let's see how Giannis, the fact that Kawhi checking Giannis, let's see how that wears on him late in the game.
The Gasol knocks down his foot. Siakam met on a switch by Lopez. Here's the Gasol for 3. Yeah! He hit 2 of 2.
Pistons fans out there and Orlando fans that have the 15th and 16th pick. And Siakam knocks it down.
15 count. Here's Leonard ahead of the field. All committed by Ibaka. Fred VanVleet has come on for the first time. Here's Powell to the rim. Norman Powell.
These fans here take this team over the top.
Here is Leonard with the rudder. Yes, and it counts. Gasol able to keep it alive. They reset to 14. And Lowry knocks down a 3. Siakam able to finish off the play. 2-0 to the Bucks. Siakam with the spin. Oh, he has played well. Back tap. Lowry for 3. Yes. Shot clock to 3. Lowry. Yes.
Confidence going into that locker room.
And we know they've come back from double digits in these playoffs.
Off the collision, an open shot for Leonard for 3. Ibaka for 3. Here's the lead out. Leonard. And Leonard with the foul. From 3-point land during the regular campaign. Here's Siakam. Off a double. Oh, nice jump hook by Pascal Siakam. Raptors trying to stay alive in this series. Down 2-0. Siakam for 3. Now played by Connaughton, who just checked back in. Gasol changed his mind. Siakam for 3. Siakam goes at Hill. 3 on the shot clock. Here's Powell. Lowry using the pick. Lowry for 3. Yes. Foul. Giannis not able to hit. Giannis with the rebound. Lost it. 5 apiece on Siakam. And Leonard able to knock down a 3. He's due. Raptors with only 1 score in the last 5.5 minutes. VanVleet hits the 3.
Trying to get Kawhi in the post versus George Hill. Got to go double.
Leonard. There's Middleton. Oh, it's blocked, but he gets it back and scores.
Didn't I say offensive rebounding?
Defending on Gasol. Gets it in. He's got to hurry. Siakam. And we go to overtime. Experience brings composure to the team. Here's Green. Yes! Leonard. Watched by Middleton. Here is Kawhi. Yes! Leonard with a fadeaway comes up short. And we're headed to a second overtime.
Shoot or shoot. You got to stay aggressive. Get ready for the next one.
Gasol hits downtown. 5. Bledsoe lost his footing. Here comes Leonard. Mirror pitch back. Leonard all the way and puts it down. Leonard with the steal. And Leonard puts it in. Under a minute left in the second OT. Lopez to the ball. Oh, it's rejected by Siakam. Leonard with a beautiful move and scores. Kawhi Leonard. Lopez into the backcourt. It's a violation. The ball went into this Eastern Conference Finals series. Bucks now lead it 2-1. There's a thriller here tonight with Game 4 coming up.
Kawhi, there's an opportunity now to tie this series in Toronto. Despite the win, where do you want your team to be better in Game 4?
I got to look at some film. Right now, I'm about to just enjoy this win, and we'll see what we got to do tomorrow.
In the replay center, it is Tom Washington.
With the same confidence, if he misses, leaving Antetokounmpo a lane to the hole.
Danny Green, who has struggled, able to score. Siakam, who played 51 minutes on Sunday night. Here's Lowry for 3.
That's what I mean about the patience on the double team. That time, Toronto went into a quasi-zone to try to frustrate Antetokounmpo.
Gasol from down. Lowry looking to put the move on Nurkic and down.
Coming out being aggressive, the freak.
And here's Leonard's first shot again. Tremendous Game 3 was a bounce back because he had struggled his first 2 games. Gasol again with room for 3. Lowry had that huge Game 1 last week. Perhaps his best ever playoff game. 30 points, 7 rebounds, 7 threes.
And then you put Ibaka on the island one-on-one.
Powell for 3. Yes. And Fleet on the rebound. Powell right by Nurkic for the layup. And the foul. Kicks it out. Powell is off. Green. Shot blocked. Ibaka is there. The Raptors. Kawhi for the wide open Ibaka.
Previous play, that time knocking down the deep.
Ibaka feeling it. Yes.
That's what he can do tonight, being aggressive, going to the paint.
Siakam with the reverse.
The others, as our own Shaquille O'Neal likes to call them, has really stepped up here in Game 4.
Gasol. They double up. And Fleet is open for 3. Yes. 3 minutes to go. First half here in Toronto. Ibaka from straight away. Staff behind him. And the craziness that goes on a regular basis. Norman Powell knocks it down. Gasol with a nice pass, and Leonard puts it down.
And the big fella Lopez rolls. He attracts the defensive man from the corner, wide open.
Lopez looking for space. Gasol took it away. Lowry on the run. To the trail of Siakam, he scores, and a foul. 9 field goal attempts. Lowry, Gasol triple team, got it to Siakam.
Milwaukee.
Triple team of Leonard. Open shot for Powell. Yes, the 340 is fouled. Leonard pulls it back. Yes. He was outscored 7-2. Back on the floor. Toronto with 5 on the shot clock. Here's Leonard again. Here's an earpiece. Checking out the telecast. Powell again. Norman Powell.
Defensively, you wanted your guys to limit Giannis, but considering the Bucks' depth, is there anywhere you'd like to see improvement on that end?
Well, Middleton's really got it going.
Fires for 3. Oh, he hits first glass and then got the roll and a foul. Clock to 5. Van Fleet with the step and score. And pass. Bucks turn it over. Powell on the drive, eluding Connaughton. What a move.
Played A career-high 52 minutes in that double overtime win in Game 3.
Lowry from way down. Siakam backing Bledsoe. Gasol, little flip shot.
This is when you have a guy like Marc Gasol, such a great passer. You can take time off the clock.
Leonard, yes! And back come the Raptors, just under 4 remaining in the fourth. Lowry on the drive. Wilson has come on now for Milwaukee. He's defending on Gasol in the post. Gasol scores. It's all even at 2-2. The Bucks winning the first two in Milwaukee in convincing fashion. Raptors take 2 here in Toronto, including that epic double overtime win.
It was earlier tonight during our pregame show, and now those fans here at Jurassic Park who appreciated it then really appreciate it now because the series is tied at 2 games apiece. We are guaranteed a return this weekend to Toronto. Wow. And the "We the North" chant.
Are you not entertained, Canada? Great for this city. It's up for grabs now, fellas.
120-102. Toronto takes Game 4, tying the series at 2 games apiece on Thursday night in Milwaukee. The tie will be broken.
And playoffs. In fact, Sterling Brown was the starter, then Nikola Mirotic took over, but now it's Brogdon the other night. Missed his first 7 shots in his 5th game back. Kawhi Leonard and Kupo. Bledsoe right on target. 13-1 run. George Hill also checking in. Here's Kawhi. Yes. Leonard somehow squeezes inside, scores, and a foul. 9 field goals, 8 assists, 62% shooting. 2 of 3 on 3-pointers. Here's Powell for 3. Yes. Lowry stepping back on Mirotic. Fires it out. Van Vliet. Yes. Have a 27-18 advantage with 2.5 to go here in the first. Powell. Oh, what a move. Well, they will be looking from time to time.
Be aggressive here.
Off the steal. Siakam for Leonard, and he stuffs.
Aggressive team getting to the line as well.
Pointers have not been flying for either club in this first half. Leonard guarded by Mirotic, and he knocks it down. 29% from 3-point range. I should say Brook Lopez. Robin was here for a couple of the games, and Lowry comes right back by the Raptors. Leonard makes the turn. Siakam for 3.
When it's presented to them, you know, Fred Van Vliet, especially when he gets that switch, got to be aggressive.
Well, Lowry opens up.
Kind of been up and down in this series. Remember the career-high 29 playoff points in Game 1.
From that last play, but obviously all right. Renee's on the floor. Here is Van Vliet.
There you go.
He caught it and cheating over. Here's Powell. Van Vliet for 3 again. Game 6 back in Toronto. Lowry, nice pass would get DeMarcus Cousins back, and eventually perhaps Kevin Durant. Here's Leonard for 3. Yes. His pass deflected. And Leonard is on it. Brogdon back. Leonard all the way. And scores.
The best of those double teams.
Van Vliet for 3 again. Set up by Leonard.
If Siakam tries to take Lopez off the dribble, he has an advantage.
Here's Leonard for 3. Yes.
This is what you want.
Yeah. And now you have Mark wide open at the top as well.
Here's the step back. Yes, again. Kawhi Leonard. And Giannis lost it. 3-on-2 for Toronto. Here's Powell. Siakam. Reset to 14.
At some point, Gasol's going to have to make a 3.
All right, here is a 3 attempt. Yes. The three-point attempt by Brogdon is off, but he saves it. Lopez for three, yes! And the game is tied. Van Fleet for three, again! So Leonard takes it to the backcourt. Lowry, run into, here's Siakam as the result of that collision. Kawhi Leonard, 35 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. Fred Van Vliet on fire. And Toronto has taken a 3-2 lead. Josh Chivin, and in the replay center, Zach Zarba.
On that putback, he went up too early.
Leonard with a series of moves and knocks it down.
The rest of your team, see if he can knock down that mid-range, opening up.
Siakam on a crossover and score.
He's working
to warming up. We'll see.
Yeah, Kawhi had to get loose. He has to get loose.
Van Vliet, yes.
Oh, he missed the wide open Gasol. He wanted that shot at the top of the key for a second.
Here's Leonard trying to go to his left, pulls it back, and hits.
Coach Nurse tell us that he really didn't care about the regular season. He felt that emotionally this team hung their hat too much on emotion.
Another reverse, he had nowhere to go. Here comes Lowry. Lopez right behind him. At this end, here's Van Vliet for three. Yes! He's doubled. As Hill comes over. Kicks it out. Nice return pass to Ibaka. 4 tonight at the line. Leonard off the double, finds Van Vliet for three. As they look to tie up this series of 3 apiece. Kyle Lowry.
Open that time.
Lowry pulls it back, and Ilyasova shoots the three. Oh, what a shot! Powell passed on a three and takes to the rim. Leonard working hard to locate shots and hits.
We got to adjust and move our feet and keep our hands off a little bit.
With 12 minutes to go.
Opening minute, 4th quarter. There's Powell for three. Norman Powell.
See if he can get a high screen. He got the switch that he wanted.
Lowry underneath. Ibaka with the jam.
First team all defense.
Van Vliet with the rainbow three. Played by Hill. Gets the pick from Ibaka. Ibaka goes behind the back and lost it. Lowry with the steal. He has Giannis behind him. Gets to Leonard. He stuffs a facial. And back comes Lowry. 4.5 remaining in the 4th. Lowry with a nice move, and he scores.
This is that timeout.
Gasol open for three. Yes! Marc Gasol. They flip it out. Lowry finds Leonard for three. Yes! He got the hop.
All for three.
Leonard on the drive. Leonard on the follow. It's Siakam. Gasol gets it into Siakam, and he lays it home.
He was fouled before.
Which led to the double overtime. He hits 1 of 2, and it's grabbed by Leonard.
And they can feel it here.
For the first time, were just 2 games behind the Milwaukee Bucks in the regular season to celebrate.
Would you please direct your attention to center court for the presentation of the NBA's Eastern Conference Championship Trophy.
Toronto, this was the 100th playoff game in franchise history. And with that win, for the first time ever, Toronto is heading to the NBA Finals.
Congratulations to the 2019 Eastern Conference champions, Toronto Raptors.
you go, Kawhi. All right, how does that feel to have Toronto, for the first time in NBA history, hosting a finals game on Thursday?
We are so thrilled to be here. Thank you to all of our players, to our coaches, to all the people who make up this great Raptors organization.
We're not satisfied because we want to win the championship.
It'll start on Thursday against the guys who have been the champions, the Golden State Warriors. What is your early feeling on that matchup?
We came all this way to compete, and we want to win in Toronto, and we will win in Toronto.
How'd that Kawhi Leonard trade work out for you?
He's been unbelievable. He's the best player in the league, and we're happy he's in Toronto.
You've been a finals MVP before. This is a pretty special situation when you come to a team like this that's never been there, and now you're heading there. How has that registered with you?
It's still surreal to me right now. You know, we just won Game 6, but, you know, this is what we've been striving for all season. Everybody here wants to get to the finals and win it. We're going to enjoy the win tonight, go in the locker room, and see what we got to do tomorrow for the next team.
You're going to the NBA Finals for the first time in your career. That's not bad. Tell me what this means.
It means a lot. I've been here the longest now, 7 years. It's been the best 7 years of my career. These fans have been here since day one. We're not satisfied, though. You know, this is one step to our end goal.
Congrats on going to the NBA Finals. The Eastern Conference champions, 2019, the Toronto Raptors.
You guys have been the best team in the Eastern Conference over the last 6 years. If you take cumulative playoffs, you know, you weren't able to break through. What does it mean to you, the guy that's been here the whole time, to finally break through? How much are you savoring this?
It means a lot. You know, it's taken a long time to get here in my career, 13 years, 7 years here. Ran into one guy for a while, and, you know, we were given an opportunity, he left, and we beat a really good team in Milwaukee. For me, you know, I'm savoring the moment, but, you know, I'm not satisfied. You know, our goal is to win the NBA championship.
Kawhi, Dan Wecke with the Los Angeles Times. It's been 5 years since you've been back to the NBA Finals. What does it mean to you to get back to that stage?
It's great. You know, I worked so hard to get to this point. With the season I had last year, ended up coming here with a great group of guys, a lot of talent. And I just, you know, strive with them every day. I bought into their system. And, you know, Kyle helped me a lot with my transition on the court and off the court. You know, all that hard work just put together, and then, you know, now we're here. And it's exciting. I mean, we're in the finals, and we're not done yet.
I'm so happy to be in Toronto for the finals. It's a great city. If you don't know what it's like to be at a Raptors playoff game and you haven't watched it, you're going to see tonight. It's going to be a special night here.
Yeah. Stephen A's taking the Dubs in 6. Max is taking Toronto in 6.
So here's why it's difficult to make a prediction.
Yeah.
Because I think that this is the most challenging defense that the Warriors have faced in their 5-year run. The Raptors they start 2 different guys who are Defensive Player of the Year, Gasol and Kawhi. They got a whole bunch of guys who've got experience, who've been on all defensive teams, and that is why I think, especially without Durant, the Raptors have a shot. But if the Warriors come out tonight and just run their split cuts and blow the Raptors' defense away, to me, that's what I got to watch. And until I see it, I really honestly don't know how the series is going to go.
My problem is that I've seen the Golden State Warriors with people draped all over them, just lighting it up.
Raining threes.
Obviously, the Raptors are a huge threat. They are no joke. Defensively, I think they're elite, no question. When you're talking about Steph Curry, you are talking about the greatest shooter we have ever seen. In Klay Thompson, a legitimate argument could be made. This is one of the top 5 shooters in the history of basketball. We call them that because when they get on fire, it don't matter who's on them. They launch and it drops. That's what I'm talking about. As great as Toronto's defense is, Milwaukee had a lot of open shots. Golden State ain't missing no shots.
One thing I'm
saying.
I'm picking Toronto to win this series, and I'm picking them to win the first game.
Why? Why are you picking Toronto?
Because KD is injured. Because Boogie's injured. The Toronto Raptors are going to win game 1. I saw KD limp into the plane.
KD ain't playing in this series.
Correct. So say the Raptors get up 2 games, and then all of a sudden you want to bring back KD. You don't think that's pressure on him to come back from an injury and get a must-win game? I'm a person that doesn't believe this Warriors team that doesn't have the depth that they used to have would win a championship this year without KD.
That was Jalen. Toronto struggles to score the basketball.
Yeah.
Do you think they score in the 120s against the Warriors?
Ryan, your suit is better than your argument.
And we're down to the last 2 for the NBA title. Mismatch with Siakam. Green goes right back to the mismatch. Siakam trying to take advantage. Danny Green, no hesitation. Finals against Milwaukee, he was 4 for 23 from three-point range. That's 17%. Kawhi Leonard nails the 3 over the last couple of decades. Kawhi Leonard back out to Siakam. Gasol hesitates, now sets, and nails it.
The team is getting to start this game.
Gasol with a rebound ahead to Danny Green. Reverse layup, got it to go. 1 format, back in play once again. Siakam against Steph Curry. Nice move down low for Siakam. Lowry drives past Looney, gets inside and back. Siakam wide open. Excellent defense here. Powell has to shoot a contested shot. That won't go. Ibaka's tip misses. Gets it back again and lays it in. By Thompson. A lot of contact there. And here comes Van Fleet. Throws it ahead to Ibaka.
So really some challenges that he's had to overcome.
Van Fleet gets it to go. Puts a little English on it.
Knocks it in.
Second nice assist by Cousins. Leonard kicks it back out. McCaw. Van Fleet gets a good look. That's good. Lowry finds Gasol running the lane, lays it up and in. The best in the game. Siakam. Nice quick pass. Lowry finds Pascal Siakam. Nails the three-pointer. Leonard drives inside. Layup, banks it home, and the foul. Lowry back to Van Fleet. Finally gets it to Gasol, turns and scores. Lowry. Danny Green, contested three, is good. 6 on the 24. Lowry gets a good look for Siakam, who connects. Draymond Green once again takes it to the rim. Running the floor, Siakam back to Leonard and gets the roll. Iguodala 0 for 3 from downtown. Siakam drives hard. Well defended, and he still banks it home.
What he does is makes life so much easier for everybody in a blue and gold uniform.
Bad pass from Curry. Siakam with the finish. Curry tried to draw contact again, had the shot blocked. Here comes Siakam. Sidestep. Layup is good. Leonard lets it fly for 3. 3 to shoot. McCaw gets a good look. Hits the 3. Van Fleet goes right at Jerebko. Tough shot. Oh! Banks it home for 3. Lowry nearly trips. Throws it ahead. Siakam running the floor, and he lays it in. Siakam flips it up and banks it home. He's got 30. Siakam pushing the pace. Danny Green. Bang! Leonard searching for some room. Looney comes out on him. Leonard shoots over him and knocks down the 3. Leonard sees the double team. Marc Gasol's jump shot. Got it. 5 to shoot. Leonard sees the double team. Van Fleet gonna have to hoist it up. That's a 2-pointer. Oh, he banks it in. Good ball denial from Klay Thompson. Siakam makes his move, drives, off balance, shot missed, rebound, tipped up and in. Lowry for 3. Bang! In the franchise's first appearance in the NBA Finals, get the victory here in Game 1.
The whole key to this series is, does Kawhi have a reliable crime partner? A guy who can play at all-star level? But the answer may be, no, he doesn't have that. But Kawhi has so many above-average players, ascending players like Siakam, like Marc Gasol, Kyle Lowry, who we've seen play at all-star level until it matters most, but nevertheless, we know what his upside is. Danny Green's been there before. Norman Powell was playing well in the last series, and Danny Green wasn't. Ibaka's been there before. Kawhi doesn't need Siakam to go 14 for 17 every night. He just needs one or two of those guys to play well as they're devoting the whole defense to Kawhi, and they're going to win this series.
I have 3 words for all of you guys. I told you.
Not me. I picked them.
When I was on the show with Ryan Hollins, you were still on the fence. No. He picked the Golden State Warriors, yes, and I wrote down the words you said, specifically stated before Game 1. Let me tell you what we knew before Game 1, that Kevin Durant was injured. We also knew before Game 1, Andre Iguodala was returning from an injury. We did not know if Boogie Cousins was even going to play. They're not beating the Toronto Raptors with those dynamics in play. It ain't happening. This is a deep basketball team. Fred VanVleet, he came in and he even played well. So now all of a sudden you're firing on all cylinders. The Golden State Warriors are shorthanded and they're just being outplayed.
If Andre Iguodala is healthy, I'm standing here to you right now and I'm saying to you, they're still going to beat Toronto. But I don't think that's going to happen. That's what I'm saying.
I got to remind you guys of something. He was playing last night, and they still lost.
Let's keep in mind here. Let's keep in mind that the Golden State Warriors, their A game didn't show up last night. And I'm like, you were right there.
I like the move. They need punch on the floor.
Still without Kevin Durant, working to make himself into this terrific player.
Tell you what, his dad would be extremely proud, and his family should be as Lowry knocks down.
Really struggling shooting the ball in the opening minutes. Leonard down low against Iguodala. He thought he got fouled, and he still tips it in.
And did Siakam miss that, or did Klay Thompson come up through the rim?
Count it, and the foul. After the free throw line, scored a lot of points. McKinney in the game, deflected by Lowry. Nice pass ahead from Gasol VanVleet to Siakam. Oh, what a slam. Siakam goes right at Livingston. VanVleet to the rim. Bank shot is good. Now they get it to him. After Thompson's able to recover. Siakam, nice spin move, banks it home.
To now, the top-end talent is great, but the depth isn't even close.
VanVleet does it again. Shot clock at 8. 5 to shoot. Pass inside, Gasol, banks it home. Finds Lowry, quick release on a 3. Leonard sneaks in and gets the offensive rebound. Back to Lowry. That's a 3.
He has to defend either Curry or Thompson, which is a tough task.
Powell gets inside. With Klay Thompson on him, Jerebko comes to help. Leonard's left open. Count it, and 1. Leonard with the steal. Leonard back to Gasol, lays it up and in. Stolen by VanVleet. One man to beat. VanVleet to the basket, lays it in.
Offensively dominating and defensively dominating.
Gasol, VanVleet for 3. Finally. Who just checked in, tips it.
And Looney must definitely be hurt because they went to Bogut.
As Leonard puts it in, and the foul. Bad pass from Green, stolen by Powell. Siakam soars and scores. Future of this franchise, that's how much improved Looney has been this year. Powell finds some room and throws it up and in. What a difficult shot. Siakam gets away, gets inside. Ibaka can't get it to fall. The tip is good, though. DeMarcus Cousins now in double figures. Danny Green launches a 3. It's good.
There's no timeout. Oh, and Klay Thompson's hurt.
Thompson, they're trying to say call time Golden State. They can't, though, as Ibaka answers.
Trying to draw a foul here. Spreads his legs and lands awkwardly.
Trying to even up these finals at 1 game apiece. Leonard harassed by Green. Foul. Shot's good and 1. VanVleet for 3. Rebound tip. VanVleet gets it but can't. Oh, it goes in. Leonard on the drive, gets inside, and they foul him down low. So 2 free throws coming up for Leonard. By the way, these points by Leonard from the free throw line, first points in the game by either team in over 3 minutes. Leonard on the drive, pull up in the paint, one-handed, in and out, misses. Siakam the rebound, Green for 3, bang! Curry throws it, Livingston has it, back to Iguodala. Iguodala puts it up, it's gone! Andre Iguodala drills it with 5.9. Gasol, Van Vliet, Danny Green puts up another 3, shot won't go, that'll do it. Golden State has tied the finals. What a gritty performance on the road, another road win for Golden State.
Who wins tonight?
The Toronto Raptors win tonight. If you had KD available, you win the series. Obviously, duh, you're the best team by far if you're healthy. But you ain't have KD. And you're not going to have Klay Thompson? No. Raptors going to win Game 3.
I'm going with the Warriors to win it. I'm going with the Warriors. I'm going to be a believer in the Oracle. I'm going to be a believer in that proverbial 6th or 12th man. I'm going to be a believer in the fact that the Golden State Warriors, the reigning, the defending, 2-time NBA champions in their house. This is the last time the Golden State Warriors are going to be playing in that building. I think that's a lot to ask the Toronto Raptors to overcome.
Well, they have championship pedigree. They have 3 All-Stars on the floor and a Finals MVP.
Easier, a long stretch without being at Oracle. Danny Green quickly fires and hits the 3-pointer. Gasol backing in, using his strength, gets inside. There's a good... Siakam posting up Sean Livingston. Nice move and off the glass. Siakam looks up at the shot clock. 3 on the 24. Siakam steps back inside the arc and nails it. Already 12 points. Haven't even played 7 minutes. Lowry sees himself open and nails the jumper. Ball deflected and picked up by Leonard. Danny Green wide open. Bogut just picked up his first foul. It was on him, not Cook. Gasol gets it, drives down a lane. Nice bounce pass. Leonard gets away from Bell. Oh, and throws it down with a foul. Danny Green, head fake, 3-pointer is good. Nick Nurse may have to go back to that box and one that you guys, like so many people, as Lowry gets inside. Van Vliet, the 3-pointer is good. Siakam finds some room and bangs it home. Siakam calling for the ball. He wants it. And now Iguodala switches back. Lowry, 3-pointer from Kyle Lowry.
Again, the flow opens up when Steph Curry's on it. Whether he has the ball or he's a screen setter.
Lowry finds Siakam. Siakam finds the basket, banks it home. Leonard, 3 Warriors around him, leaving Lowry open, and he drills the 3. Inside to Ibaka. Lowry for 3. Knocks it down. Kyle Lowry again, his 3rd 3. Lowry drives, gets past inside, banks it home. Nice answer there from Kyle Lowry. And Gasol the rebound. Lowry. Leonard running the floor and lays it up and in. Leonard for 3. Knocks it down. Gasol. Lowry. 3-pointer. Another for Kyle Lowry. His 4th 3-pointer. Cook is back in the game guarding Van Vliet. Van Vliet finds a spot and hits a 3. He's still trying to guard Kawhi Leonard. Van Vliet off the dribble. Contested shot is good. What a difficult shot from Van Vliet. Leonard, no hesitation. Line drive is good. Kawhi Leonard. 3rd team foul against Golden State. 3rd on Green. Danny Green answers. Leonard pushing the pace. Kicks it out, Danny Green. Puts it in. Danny Green gets into the paint against him. Blocked by Bell. Ball knocked loose. And Leonard able to save it. Danny Green for 3. Bang! Danny Green. Ibaka confidently steps into that one. Draymond Green, bad pass. Ibaka broke it up. Van Vliet. Siakam with the flush. Lowry for three. It's good. Kyle Lowry. Lowry way outside. Gets in. Turnaround jumpers up and good. Kyle Lowry.
The Warriors got to help Steph Curry. He's too small to defend Kawhi Leonard.
But Steph Curry has roasted Toronto with his point total as Ibaka rejects it out of bounds. Fourth block for Serge Ibaka. Lowry looking inside the Gasol. Spins. Shot is good. Leonard trying to get the ball. Curry's on him. Here comes the double team. Leonard trying to split. Almost travel. Van Vliet throws it up. Oh, he puts it in! And they took advantage. Although the fight in Golden State as Gasol knocks down a three. Started his career. Another big road win for Toronto. And they win at Oracle Arena to take a 2-1 lead.
If the Warriors get KD back, you said at 70% they win the series. I think I agree with you. KD, you get him back at just most of what he is. You're going to be favored to win the whole thing, even down a game. I agree with you about KD's injury. I'd be shocked if he plays in this series at all. As the broadcast, they pointed it out at the time, he looked back like he got kicked in that area, which is exactly how people who tear their Achilles usually react. I'll tell you the truth, Klay's injury maybe looked worse to me. The way Klay came down and was trying to move that leg, he was limping. Klay, just in terms of the way he looked and Klay's a tough guy. The way he looked when he was dragging himself off that court like on a pogo stick. These guys are in trouble. Yeah. These guys are in injury trouble, and Looney didn't play. Yeah. They're in trouble.
Game 4, 51% of our First Take fans said they think the Raptors are going to win. I want your pick, Stephen A. Who you got tonight?
I'm going with the Warriors. I'm going down with the ship.
There you go.
Max, what about you?
Raptors.
Even with Klay coming back.
And again, perhaps a little more emotional for the Warriors and their fans, knowing that this is the final season at this building. Lowry throws it up and silences the crowd. Lowry looked like he had a layup there. They swing it, and Leonard answers with a three. Leonard gets it. Gonna have to shoot it quickly. He does, and scores. Leonard turns, shoots, and scores. Leonard 11 points, 3 boards. But his team down by 11. Hits again. Kawhi. Danny Green. Chase off the line. Regathers. Ibaka on the follow and gets it to go. Ibaka steps back, hand in his face. And a number of offensive rebounds for the Warriors. Van Vliet to the rim with his offhand. That's a beauty. Pine 3 for 20 from downtown. Siakam goes right to the rim. Siakam with a finish. Lowry gets in the paint. Thompson in pursuit. Lowry finds some room and knocks down. Iguodala gets up into Leonard. There's the double. Nice extra pass. And Gasol.
Well, I think they want to get more speed on the floor.
As Leonard knocks the three, and the lead is cut to 1. Golden State turns it over. Turnovers 11-4. Only 4 to Toronto. Leonard knocks down another. Out there jumping. Gasol the back tip. 5 left on the shot clock. Van Vliet long distance. That's good. Championships for the Lakers. Van Vliet, Gasol gets a wide open look for 3 and drills it. Curry the drive finds McKinney. Shot blocked by Ibaka. And the rebound. That's his second block. He had 6 in game 3. Now he'll try a 3. Knocks it down. Serge Ibaka.
So tough, realizing they're in the bonus. He'll put so much pressure on you trying to create contact.
Leonard, pull-up jumper, drills it. Van Vliet to Ibaka. Drives down a lane with his 9th rebound. Leonard, pull-up jumper, puts it in. Kawhi Leonard dominating. Van Vliet, Leonard jumper, got it! Raptors showing such poise here in this hostile arena. Leonard, open 3, knocks it down. Leonard, Danny Green, three-pointer. It's good. Danny Green. Leonard doubled, finds Ibaka. Ibaka to Lowry. Back to Ibaka, then a slam. Great extra look. Lowry slides it into Siakam for the layup. Bogut gets his hands on it. Back to Siakam. Two-pointer. It's good. Showing amazing poise here at Oracle Arena. Lowry to the basket. Lays it up and in.
Just like the Durant nonsense prior to these two games.
Siakam throws it up and in. A lot of the fans chanting. Again, they are well aware this could be the last game at Oracle.
Serge Ibaka certainly did have a great game. Ibaka had more points in this Game 4 than he did in the series coming into the night, and obviously he shot it really, really well. What was so different in your estimation being there in the building about Ibaka tonight?
Well, I just think that Ibaka, first of all, he got his confidence from Game 3 when he had 6 blocks. Plus, he's a big boy. He's got a nice mid-range game to him, a little hook shot here, there as well. You're the Golden State Warriors. You've got one last hope, and that hope is Kevin Durant. You got to hope and pray that he comes back, which I believe he will.
You expect the Raptors to win tonight, end the series, and win the championship tonight at home?
I do expect the Toronto Raptors to win the night on their home floor and win the championship.
And this was the day he targeted, and his team has put him in position to make history if they can come back.
Curry to Durant. Here's his first shot, and it looks pretty good there. Leonard, in addition to all the scoring, but averaging 10 rebounds a game in these finals. Marc Gasol for 3. Dalla. Durant tries another 3. 2 for 2 is Kevin Durant. 5 of their first 6 shots from the field. Kawhi Leonard gets inside. Danny Green, two-pointer. Yes, Leonard's been dominant, but he's had some good help as Klay Thompson throws in another. They're 4 for 4.
Different offense when you add Kevin Durant.
I wonder if they're better with him. Oh.
Siakam, those runs. Lowry nearly took it away. Thompson, meanwhile, left open. Hits another 3. Good physical defense. Nice double team by Gasol and another turnover. Lowry inside. Leonard got hit. Counted out, a foul.
Extremely high IQ.
Kyle Lowry gets in the paint. Hesitation now. Feeds it into Gasol. Shot clock down to 3. Leonard gets inside. Siakam just gets it off in time, and it counts. 3-point range. Golden State 6 of 9. Durant for 3. Kevin Durant, his third 3-pointer. Lowry turns, shoots, comes up short. Ibaka rips down the rebound, back up and in. Ibaka trying to stay with Durant, knocks it away, and Durant's limping. Durant goes down holding his leg. Ibaka goes up, and Durant grabbing that right leg. And credit Serge Ibaka. And there's the play right away. He knew it. He's got 7 points in a little over a minute. Siakam on the follow. Great help defense. Draymond Green the rebound. Cousins stolen by Lowry. Lowry ahead of the pack, lays it up and in. Leonard on the drive, on the pull-up.
In the under-16 World Championships.
Leonard, stutter step.
Guy and has done an outstanding job for Nick Nurse and this Raptors team.
Bad pass. Lowry back to Siakam, up and in. Leonard throws it inside. Siakam off the glass. Van Fleet, corner 3. That's good. Siakam goes right at Iguodala. Layup, count it, and the foul. Gasol fakes, drives. 1 on the shot clock. Van Fleet, 1 dribble. Gets the 3. Lowry on the drive. Gets inside. Stops and banks it home. Lowry wants to take Cousins. Drives inside. Layup. He banks it home. Siakam goes right at Draymond Green. Shot won't go. Ibaka there for the follow. Ibaka knocks down another. The 3-point shooting just tremendous. Lowry stops. Cousins Can't stop as well.
Another switch.
Lowry for three. Puts it in! Lowry drives past Thompson. Inside, Ibaka with the slam.
Good job by Kawhi Leonard coming over and blocking that layup attempt.
Green for three, won't go. Leonard the rebound, back up and in. Leonard for three. Bang! Raptors lead. Leonard drives, pulls up, banks it home. 5 to shoot. Leonard's going to try another one. Puts it in! Kawhi Leonard! Back-to-back threes!
Someone like Quinn Cook.
Leonard to the rim. Pull-up jumper. Got it! Kawhi Leonard taking over here in Game 5. Van Fleet finds Thompson. Thompson finds an opening. Three-pointers up. It's good! Klay Thompson. Curry gets a look. Fires away. Ties the game! Steph Curry from downtown. Pursuit. Iguodala back out to Green. Thompson. One fake, one dribble, one shot. Got it! Golden State retakes the lead. Lowry fakes. Lowry drives, layup, blocked by Cousins, but a goaltend. Iguodala. Offensive foul called on DeMarcus. Back up Van Fleet. Van Fleet kicks it out Lowry. Lowry for the win. Won't go. And there'll be a Game 6 in Oakland.
Nick Nurse is the reason the Raptors lost last night. I have a lot of respect for Nick Nurse and the job that he's done. It's just that last night, I found myself at the end of the game looking at him. It is 3 minutes and 28 seconds left in the game. Kawhi Leonard has gone ballistic. He scored 10 straight. He looks absolutely unstoppable. They got a 103-97 lead. Nick Nurse, 23 seconds left later, decides to call a timeout and disrupts Kawhi Leonard and the offense. Not only does he do that, but Steph Curry and Klay Thompson look absolutely positively gassed. He gives them the break. They come out, Kawhi Leonard drains it. Klay Thompson drains a three. Steph Curry drains another three. Klay Thompson drains another three. The last 3 minutes and 28 seconds of the fourth quarter of a closeout NBA Finals with a championship on the line, the Toronto Raptors gave you 2 points. And that was on a goaltending play by DeMarcus Cousins. You lost your rhythm, you lost your flow, you lost your momentum because of an unnecessary timeout that was called. If any team was ever suited to ride in adrenaline, it was the Toronto Raptors, because you were about to win the chip.
When we saw Kawhi, when you look at the play and Kawhi turns around, he does an about face like, what'd you just do? Stephen A., if the Raptors don't win one of these next 2 games, you will hear about the 3-minute timeout for eternity.
Last game at Oracle ain't going to make a difference. The Raptors will beat the Warriors to close this Oracle.
Knowing that there is a Game 7 to fall back on in Toronto, knowing this is the last game at the Oracle, you have any idea how many calls the Golden State Warriors are going to get tonight? Toronto Raptors are going to have to play lights out, or there is simply no way in hell they are going to win this game, because every call that can go against them will. This is what it comes down to. They are going to win this game because they're going to receive a whole lot of help.
So they want to send this arena home with a great performance. This crowd. Of course, Toronto won the 2 games, Games 3 and 4 here at Oracle, to silence this crowd as Lowry scores the first bucket with that scintillating last 2.5 minutes to keep their season alive. Kyle Lowry won a start. Toronto's actually 3-0 this year in this building. The one time they played in the regular season, they won again. Lowry again. Kyle Lowry are an incredible 1-4. The last 4 road teams have won in the series. Lowry lighting it up. Started Looney. He's their best center right now, and a good start tonight was imperative as Siakam drills the three-pointer. Kawhi Leonard double team. Siakam calling for it. No hesitation. He's 2 for 2 that game the other night.
Well, I don't know any of the medical stuff, and I wasn't, obviously, as Siakam gets a dunk.
Golden State win another title without Kevin Durant here in the finals. Leonard gets inside, goes reverse, banks it home. Van Fleet answers back. Norman Powell on the floor for Toronto. Leonard finds Lowry. Lowry's been hot. That continues on in his playoff career without knocking down a field goal. Ibaka
inside the paint. Leonard to the foul line. Line drive. He drills it. To save it, he does, but it's Toronto ball. Ibaka goes at Looney. Little jump hook is good. Ibaka kicks it out. Siakam's wide open. Drives on Cook. Finds Ibaka, but right through his hands. Powell, Lowry, Van Fleet. Three-pointer. Got it.
Very good chemistry. Green, a terrific decision maker off the dribble.
Leonard steps back and drills a two-pointer. Draymond Green. And Gasol, the quick outlet. Siakam drives and finishes. Iguodala guarding Leonard. Another dangerous pass. Green's pass to Ibaka, and Serge Ibaka.
And think about it, didn't play in the last game, but in for rebounding.
Siakam, nice penetration.
Green gets a dunk.
Curry's only taken 5 shots here in the first half. Lowry to Ibaka, and Serge Ibaka. Lowry floats it up and in. Fight for the rebound, Lowry. Siakam to Leonard. Leonard and the foul. 18 points for Klay Thompson. Lowry to the basket. Bangs it home. Kyle Lowry. Van Fleet had a good first half. Gets a good look there and drills it.
It wasn't one of his strong points early on in his career.
Siakam floats it up and in. Pascal Siakam. Van Fleet inside. Siakam, quick release. Gasol the rebound out to Leonard. Leonard, good look. He hits a three.
And Cousins. Looney's struggling to finish around the rim. Cousins is finishing well.
Leonard finishes and gets hit.
And defensively, show your hands and make them make shots over the top.
Siakam, tough play, and he banks it. Van Fleet to Green. Danny Green to Siakam, 4 to shoot. Siakam gets away from a double team. What a nice move. Tough catch, and he has to throw it away. Thompson, long three. It's good. Tie game. Serge Ibaka. Inside pass, Leonard. Leonard counted on a foul. 5 to shoot. Thompson for 3. Bang! Lowry gets past, falls down, lost the ball. Thompson running the floor, and a foul. Thompson grabs his left knee, now writhing in pain. Steph Curry slamming the ball on the court, so upset. Some of the players saying something. Danny Green saying, I'm just trying to block the play.
No, that wasn't a dirty play by Danny Green.
Everybody for the Warriors in the franchise and here in the stands holding their breath. Klay Thompson obviously in some pain. So obviously needs help up. Danny Green's just trying to block that shot. That, as you said, Jeff, is not a dirty play.
He's out for the rest of the game.
Klay Thompson was headed back to the locker room, but then turned around and limped back out on the floor. Draymond Green, three-pointer. Rebound Leonard. Lowry ahead of the pack, goes up and lays it in and lost it. Green, pass stolen by Lowry. Lowry back to Ibaka. Serge Ibaka. Shot clock at 5. Van Fleet using a screen, three-pointer. Oh, Van Fleet again. And there's Klay Thompson. Walking with crutches right now. Lowry sees the double team. Gasol fakes out to Van Fleet. He would have kept dribbling. He would have had a layup. Van Fleet. Bang! Fred Van Fleet. Gasol to Lowry. Fake strides. Pass inside to Siakam.
Ibaka in for him.
Van Fleet gets a wide open look. Puts it in. Fred Van Fleet. A huge three-pointer. Van Fleet pulls back. Puts it up. In and out. Ibaka the rebound. Back up and in. 5-point lead. 4 to shoot. Lowry between the legs. Drives inside. Falling away. Puts it up. Bounces and drops through. No fouls to give. Siakam drives. Gets past Green. Throws it up and in. Pascal Siakam. Lowry throws it in the backcourt to Leonard. Leonard still in the backcourt. Throws it ahead to Green. Green surrounded by Draymond Green. And throws it away. Throws it away. Warriors ball. Iguodala throws it to Green, who catches it. Back to Curry, puts up a three. Won't go. Cousins deflected. Picked up by Leonard. Ball still loose. They dive on it and try and call time.
So it's a technical foul.
They had no timeouts remaining, so a technical foul will be called on Golden State. Green had possession when he called timeout. You lose possession with the excessive timeout. Throws it into Leonard. That's it. It's over. The Raptors win. There's a new NBA. Oh, they call a foul. Well, Leonard could seal it at the line. Hoping for a miracle. Also here to cheer on. Leonard makes it official. Warriors just inbound, and that's it. There's a new NBA champion, and it's a team from Toronto, Canada. We, the North, are now we, the champions. The Raptors, the 2019 NBA champs.
And oh, Canada, congratulations. Basketball has come full circle in Canada. It was invented by a Canadian. The first NBA game was in Toronto. And now an NBA championship. Your 2019 NBA champions, the Toronto Raptors.
We have 36 million Canadians that are cheering for our Raptors, and this trophy is going to stay in Canada for many years to come.
Masai Ujiri.
Much respect to the Golden State Warriors and to Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. But we wanted to win in Toronto, and we have won in Toronto. Yeah!
Nick, you are not new to coaching, nor are many of your veterans new to the game, obviously. But this is a group that the highest pick was 15 in Kawhi Leonard. So the journeys of all of you perhaps a little different. How did that shape who this team became?
It made us pretty resilient. A group of guys that really stuck together, fought through some adversity. We tried to keep even keeled. I think our veteran players did a great job of that, and we tried to bounce back every time we needed to.
Here with Bill Russell on the 50th anniversary of your 11th and final championship. Thank you for being here. Our MVP, following an iconic buzzer beater and a dominant performance in the finals, your 2019 Bill Russell Finals MVP is Kawhi Leonard.
By winning your second MVP of the finals with a different team, you join select company, Kareem and LeBron James. As you let that sink in, what crosses your mind?
Last summer, man, was going through a lot. And, you know, I had a great support system. I just kept working hard and had my mind set on this goal right here. I came to a team, a new coach, that mindset was the same as mine, trying to get that Larry O.B. over there, and I'm happy that my hard work paid off.
How does a young guy from North Philadelphia, who had all kinds of questions about him, not tall enough, not fast enough, not athletic, how does he become an NBA champion?
Hard work, never saying anybody, never letting nobody tell you can't do something special, and just a great group of guys. Toronto, Canada, we brought it home, baby. We brought it home.
Toronto Raptors, are you ready? Your 2019 NBA champion, Toronto Raptors!
I want to bring up the greatest player in the world, two-time Finals MVP, world champion, a fun guy.
Just want to say thank y'all for welcoming me here. After the trade with open arms, man, it made my experience that much better. This group of guys let me do what I do on the floor, and now we got a championship. Thank you. Enjoy this moment and have fun with it. Ha, 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 ha.
What it do, baby?